Alright, we're back. Hopefully y'all can hear me now. Alright, we're back. Hopefully y'all can hear me now. Oh. Whiskey Rebel, welcome to the stream. Rosalinda, welcome back. I assume you guys can hear me now? Oh, come on. Alright, yeah, I don't know what the heck was up with that. That didn't really make a whole lot of sense. Thank you for coming back. I don't know, sorry for the technical difficulties there. It kept popping up showing that the mic was connecting, that there was Bluetooth, and I don't know. But we managed to, in that whole fiasco, snag my jig on the bottom here. I left it in the water. Urgh, gimme! Problem solved, except for now my poor jig is stuck on the bottom next to my poor crankbait. We have now twice caught this same spot. There's one, I think it's a chunk of metal or something down here. It's got a whole collection of my lures. One of these days I'm gonna go down there and get them all back. Come on. Ah! Me for a moment, guys. Oh. I don't know if we just broke off or if I got it back. Probably broke it. Oh, hey! Congratulations, we got it. You hate that. Hey, we didn't even bend the hook. Thank you for letting me know we're in shallow water. All right. Thanks for coming back, guys. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. Everyone go ahead and smash that thumbs up for me. Let's see if we can get some people back in here. We're gonna head down. And I saw what is SoCal in here yet? Mason, could we not do that, my friend? I know smoking is bad, I know. Telling me it's bad doesn't make me realize it's more bad. I already know it's bad. I appreciate you trying to look out for my health here, but... Flash, welcome back. Sorry, we were having some technical difficulties there. My Bluetooth mic is being weird today. I don't know what the deal is. Thanks for the likes, guys. Help get some people back in here, hopefully. But we're gonna take SoCal's advice here, and we're gonna float down to the confluence. And as he was describing, I don't think he's back in here yet, but there is, right where the confluence is, where the Sun River meets the Missouri River, there's a distinct line right where you can see the Sun River's like chocolate milk. It's dirty, dirty, muddy. The Missouri River isn't particularly clean, but it makes it look like Dasani water next to the chocolatey murkiness of the sun. So we're gonna go down there and throw a jig in the deeper portion where he said he was reading that the walleye hang out. Let's see if we can maybe get a walleye on the stream. But we're gonna just float down there and toss this jig while we wait. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. Linda, I don't think we're gonna catch a 6-pound bass in here. There are, I think, smallmouth bass. We could. I think there's smallmouth bass in this portion of the river. I've never caught them until you go down below the dams, though. What do you usually cast for? We typically in this spot I target Northern Pike, and today we're trying to get walleye as well. The pike haven't been very active, but we're gonna see. We're rolling on down here. If you can, we'll switch the camera around here. Where that tree line is, that's where to the left, over on this side, that's the Sun River over there, and this is the Missouri River. So right here is where the confluence is, where the two rivers meet. And SoCal was doing some research and reading, and apparently where the muddy water meets the clean water, and where it drops off into the deeper, is a good spot to fish for walleye. So we're floating on down that way, and we're gonna see if we can get the walleye to bite. Yeah, it's fairly calm right now. A little bit murky, a little bit dirty. Boy, Mason VR, how do I gift? I appreciate the sentiment. I don't have gifting enabled on the channel. We're not looking for your donations here at Wanna See My Rod. We're just looking for your company and good conversations. Maybe some goofy antics. ERP Priest, I started fishing about 2 months ago, and I would like to go on the water, but I don't have enough for a boat, and I heard sketchy things about kayaks. What do I do? Find somebody who has a boat. But yeah, Mason, I appreciate that. I do. But no, we're not looking for donations there. We fish for the fun of it. I stream for the fun of it. You want to help me out, hit the like button, go watch some of my videos, comment on the videos. That's what helps me out. It's called engagement, and it's something that YouTube really, really wants people, content creators to have before it starts sending traffic to the lives, to the videos. The more engagement you have, the more YouTube will funnel traffic your way. Yep, not looking for donations, we're looking for fish. If you can make fish spawn on the end of my line, I'll take it. You can donate all the fish spawning you want, but we're not looking for your money. We're just gonna float on down to the confluence here. We're casting towards the shore as we go. Oh, it's really nice out here right now. I love an overcast sky, I really do. It's so calm and so quiet. And thankfully there's not a whole lot of boat traffic down here today. There's been a bit, but it hasn't been crazy. Yesterday it was just insane. Everybody in their damn speedboats. 14-foot or less boat. We're running a 16-foot John boat right now. It's a flat bottom aluminum welded John boat. No rivets, no leaky deakies. It's been a good little boat. I'd like a little bit bigger boat. I really would, but I'm not complaining. This boat has done very well for me. I can't put it in, you know. Oh, dang it, that was a fish. We had a fish. We lost the fish, but we had a fish. I don't know how he got off so quickly. Was telling ERP what boat to watch for. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if how many of you guys were here last night when I pulled the boat into the dock. There was a kayak sitting there. Nobody, I mean, it's strapped to the dock, and we fished until 4 o'clock in the morning. Nobody came to get it. When I showed up here today, it was still sitting there. I don't know who the hell leaves their kayak, and there was a, you know, a life vest, and just sitting there chilling. Oh, that was a snag. No fishy, that was a snag. But yeah, we're floating right now. You can kind of see it, so oops. There we go. So right where this rock is everything behind it this way. That's the Sun River. Over here is the Missouri River. So we're gonna fish right on the confluence of the two. And surprisingly right now, you can't really see I'm standing up right now. Oh wow, this water's shallow. We might need to get out the push pole here. I didn't realize how shallow it was right here. But this is why, let me turn the camera down here. Hold on. Chase, we are fishing for Northern Pike as well as walleye right now. Walleye is actually what we're coming over here to target, right at the confluence. Am I in Montana? Yep, we're fishing. This is the Missouri, where the Sun River meets the Missouri River in central Montana in Great Falls. Chase, are you from Montana as well? Yeah, we fished this spot for, I don't know, an hour, maybe a little over an hour last night. There were fish surfacing all over the place. We didn't get any bites though. Miyazaki, welcome back. It's storming there. Yeah, it's pretty gloomy here. It did rain for about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, and then it crapped out, or stopped. It looks like it might start again though, I don't know. You're in Lolo right now, okay. Lolo, that's in northwestern Montana? Chase, what is Lolo by? I love fishing in Galveston, Texas. You fished that spot many times, okay. Yeah, I normally come down here to catch pike. Right here where the sun comes into the Missouri and upstream slightly by the bridge, Warden Bridge. Really good spot for northern pike. Miyazaki, it's really pouring in Vaughn, huh? SoCal, welcome back. Yeah, I have very poor sign language skills. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I was gonna show you guys the line between the two, where the muddy water meets the clean, but I don't know, it seems like the rain, the storms has kind of muddied it all up in this area. Normally there's a very clear distinction. You could see it earlier when I pulled in. Just earned a sub. I appreciate that, Chase. Thank you. We stream quite often. If you want to come hang out, we don't always catch stuff, but we try. Every once in a while we catch something worthy. But we're over. The deeper part is over this way a little bit. I think I'm gonna kick the motor on and just juice us over in that direction a little bit. Yeah, we're right on the brake. In fact, let me show you on the finder. I don't know if you guys can see how well you guys can see this. So we're right on the edge. There's basically a drop off right there, and it goes from 5 foot down to 10 to 14 foot. The river's a little bit low, so we're gonna sit right on that ledge. I think I'll probably anchor right on the downslope. TNT Fishing, welcome to the stream. How you doing? All right, let me get the anchor in the water before we float too far away. Oh, sorry about that, very loud. Big chain. Yep, we just dropped anchor. So the deep part is going to be over this way. I'm going to adjust the camera angle here. Come on. Over this way. There we go. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. Helps YouTube funnel some people into the room here. Oh. All right. So our drop off should be right here. So we're gonna. Oh, what the? How the hell did I hit the tip of my pole with the jig? That was weird. Y'all ever done that before? Whack. Jared Wadey, welcome to the stream. We're fishing right now. We were fishing for pike. They weren't biting so well yet. So we're fishing a ledge here, trying to get walleye on the line. We just had a big, that looked like a walleye that just jumped over there. We had a massive walleye jump right next to the boat yesterday. I don't know if any of you guys were in the stream for that. Looked like he was probably 26, 28 inches. And he came up way out of the water. I've never seen a walleye jump like that. Rateo, please don't do drugs. Drugs bad. Drugs bad, guys. Drugs bad. Mario, where's Luigi? Glenn McIver, welcome to the stream. Oh, it's sprinkling again. Afshina, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Oh, we just got a weather notification. It's about to tell me that we're gonna get dumped on. Expected rain started at your location at 6 p.m. Well, apparently the weather alert did not get the note. Holy crap. We might have to go back under the bridge, guys. I don't know if you can read that, but we got a 82% chance of precipitation right now, an 81% chance at 6 p.m., and 100% chance of precipitation at 7 p.m. It's supposed to be nice and sunny at 8 p.m. though. Mario asks, how are you? We're doing wonderful. We're having a good day. We haven't caught any fish yet, but we're having a blast out here trying. We're currently trying to get one of these toothy walleye on the line. I'd love to show you guys a walleye. They're such cool looking fish. Our friend here, SoCal, did a little bit of research, and apparently the word is that we should be fishing right here for walleye, right where the Sun River meets the Missouri. Seen teeth on an alligator gar, and they're scary. A gar are one of the gnarliest looking freshwater fish that exist. Josie says, you better get under there. Yeah, I mean, you can see the skies here. They're a little gloomy. It's just sprinkling right now. As long as it's not dumping rain like it was yesterday, we'll sit out here. I don't mind being sprinkled on. It feels nice. The image comes in. Why is that? Is there a way that you can unmirror? SoCal says rain never bothered the fish, but it sure screwed up some electronics on the boat. Yeah. The iPhone, I mean, I am charging it right now. It's not good to charge it in the rain. But the iPhone itself is waterproof. My fish finder, I don't know how much water it can take. I mean, I would imagine it's somewhat water resistant. It's on a frickin' boat. Rise Dude, welcome to the stream. What river are you fishing? This is the Missouri River. Missouri River right here, and right behind us, right there, that's the Sun River. So we're actually fishing the confluence of two different water bodies right now, where they meet. This is where the Sun River ends and dumps into the Missouri as a tributary. Annabelle, welcome back. Hooked on Adventure says, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. We're currently trying to coax a walleye out of the deep here. And I might actually take this swim bait off the end of this jig. I might throw on a leech. I know that Holter Lake and Francis, which are two water bodies around here that people heavily fish for walleye, a leech on a jig head is usually a very good choice. Hooked on Adventure says we have massive pike in Minnesota. Yeah, you guys do. One of the artists that I really like, he's a rapper named Prof, and he's from Minneapolis, and he's a big fisherman too, and he posts videos of some of the pike that y'all catch over there, and you have some really nice pike in Minnesota. Rosalinda says, I want to catch a big muskie. Hell yeah. Now, we don't have the actual muskie here. We have the hybrids, the tiger muskie. The place that I normally try to get tiger muskie from is about it's an hour and a half, hour and 45-minute drive though. Hooked on Adventure. I have my PB Pike on my channel. Hook, do you stream? Do you make fishing content? If so, hop over to my channel, leave a comment on one of my shorts or my long content. Let me know that you're also a streamer and have fishing content. And when I get off my live here, I'll happily follow you. Same thing with any of y'all that are in here. If you guys are streamers or have fishing content on your channels, go leave a comment on one of my videos and let me know that you are, and I will follow you as soon as I get off the stream tonight. Mr. Nobody asks, are you bouncing a jig? Yeah, we have just we're bouncing a tangled jig. We're fishing a drop off a ledge here that goes from about 5 foot down to about 14 foot. And SoCal on the channel here graciously did a little bit of research and found that people recommend this spot right here jigging for walleye. So that is what we are trying to catch right now. But we'll try the swim jig here for a little bit, and if that doesn't produce anything, I'm going to toss one of the leeches on it. Hooked on Adventure says, trying to get to 500, have a long way to go. Yeah, it's a slow crawl. We just actually hit 500 on my channel last night. Oh, here the rain comes. But yeah, leave a comment. I'll happily subscribe to you if you're another fishing streamer. We'll help you get there. So it's saying jig parallel to the drop while I use that ledge as a travel corridor. Okay. Yeah, so it looks, the ledge is about 5 foot over this way. So right below us, we're at about 6 foot depth. And about 5 foot out, it drops down to 14 foot or so. So we're basically throwing into the deep and jigging back up the incline. You're a bot at life. No, we haven't had any luck yet. We did have a couple of bites. I lost one lure. We moved position slightly. We're fishing the confluence of the Sun River and the Missouri River. Trying to see if we can get a walleye now. But you're saying go parallel to it, so I should actually be going lengthwise along it, not cast along the length of the drop, not into it back. Okay, that's yeah, I misunderstood you at first. That makes sense now. All right, let's see here. Let me look at the map here. All right, we can do this either way. All right, we should be coming back up parallel with it now then. Hooked on Adventure, what reel are you using? They're a cheapo reel that I get off of Amazon. It's a Piscifun or Piscifun. It's the Carbon X2. This is the 1000 series. This is the lightest one. I also have these in 2000 series. They're cheap little reels. They cost about 50 bucks. And I really, really like them. It's really smooth action. Decent drag system on them. I've been using these for a couple of years, and I use them. They're highly versatile. I catch, anything from the tiny sunfish all the way up to, 18, 20-pound carp and catfish. We pull in, 10, 15-pound pike off of them. Good reel. I have the same one, but the 2000 series. Yeah, I prefer the 1000 series. I have both, and I fish. Oftentimes I'll I prefer the 1,000 series for casting. The 2,000 is great for the carp and, you know, the bigger fish. That, you know, I'm putting in a pole holder. If I'm casting something, I almost always grab the 1,000 series. I do get Cast King deals. I have a code I can leave. I've never fished with Cast King. There's a local brand here in Montana. They're made right here in Great Falls, Montana, called Swate, S-W-A-T-E. I have Swate reels on a lot of my different rods. The ones that I don't have, the Piscafun, I have Swate or Okuma. Those are normally the three brands that I use. Not pouring, just storming. Okay. Yeah, the rain just started here. It's getting a little bit, it was just sprinkling a minute ago. It's gotten a little bit heavier. Looks like it's supposed to rain for like the next hour. We just moved spots too from underneath the bridge. We're gonna have to, if it picks up anymore here, I'm gonna have to swing back over underneath the bridge so we didn't get soaked. Hooked on Adventure says, my aunt lives in Montana, Twin Bridges. Do you have any idea what that's by? There are so many. I mean, we don't really have big cities in Montana. It's pretty rural, a lot of smaller communities. Do you know a bigger city that's by? What the heck is Twin Bridges by? Hop the jig along the bottom. Use a hot bottom pause. Pop it. Hop it along the bottom. Use a hot bottom pause. Hop and drag. Retrieve. Alright. Billings, okay. Hit bottom, pause, then pop and drag and retrieve. Okay. I'm fishing an ugly stick carbon, medium light, fast action, hands down my favorite rod, all around rod to fish with. They're super lightweight. You can feel everything on them, and they're super durable. I beat the crap out of these rods, and they keep coming back for more. Big fish jumping. Nope. Didn't quite make her. I don't know what the heck is wrong with these mics lately. Thank you for letting me know though, SoCal. Two deep water ugly sticks. Yeah, I have, I think, 3 or 4. 1, 2, 3 different other, 4 different other ugly sticks than these ones. I use this like 95% of the time. If I'm using anything else, it's usually my Akuma rod for trolling. You're about life. I have a ultralight ugly stick and it catches a lot of great fish. They're really good rods. They're decent priced. They're really durable. You have those two, and you have a custom rod that you use. Oh yeah? Who'd you have build a custom rod for you? There was a big boil out there. Yeah, there's been a couple of nice sized fish hitting the top water. There's one right over here. That was a big one that was back here, though. I think that's what you were talking about. KC Custom Rods. Huh. Yeah, I haven't heard of those. You actually just caught a 25 channeling on your ultralight today. Heck yeah. Maybe time to throw top water. I could. I do have a wide variety of them. Big up bro skim bait. Can somebody translate that for Robson? I don't know what you mean, big up bro skim bait. Cannot compute, please try again. We'll throw the jig here for a few more casts, then I'm going to switch to a leech for a few casts, and if that doesn't pan out, we can try some top water. I can never get none on jigs, but then whoppers and crankbait go crazy. Yeah, see, crankbait is what I normally, I fish crankbait for everything. I do have decent luck from time to time on, you know, whopper ploppers and things like that, and I do actually have today my snake lure, which is a top water. We could try that. English is hard, right? Sprigga to English. It's always good to change methods. Yeah. Well, we switched to jig here. We're gonna jig for a little bit. If jigging doesn't work out, we can try something else. I know that the crankbaits kill it down here usually, so I will fish them for an extended period of time. But we fished, oh, a good 4 hours with the crankbait and didn't have a very good luck. It's a, there you go. Savage Gear. It's an 8-inch gold articulated snake. It's top water. We haven't caught anything off of it yet, but I bought it for pike and musky. You need to get off your ass and go to the pond. Well, do it, man. Go get your fish on, man. You don't gotta hang out here unless you want to. You have the rat from Savage Gear. I think I have a duck. I don't have the rat though. Rosalinda says, wishing you luck. I appreciate that, Rosalinda. We're not catching anything so far, but San Manuel, welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, live bait is not allowed in central Montana, other than worms, and apparently we can use reptile. I could use a live snake if I could catch one. Bass in Florida hit the squirrel topwaters and bird topwaters. Yeah, I got a baby duck one. I've only ever fished with it once when I was out musky fishing. Come on, walleye, where are you at? All right, we're gonna throw a leech on here. In fact, I could probably just throw a frickin' leech on with the swim jig. Oh, I've never heard of that. They don't allow you to use live bait. Yeah, it's super restrictive here in central Montana. In eastern Montana fishing district, you're allowed, there's like 10 different species of fish that you can use for live bait. But central Montana, they're really restrictive because they're trying to protect the waterways from invasive species, because trout fishing here is a very big source of income for the state. And anywhere you allow live bait, people end up bringing in all sorts of stuff that you're not supposed, that, you know, doesn't natively exist there, and then they escape and they end up getting into the water bodies, and they don't want that. Not live. You can use cut baits, you can use dead fish. Again, a very select few. Basically the same fish you can use for live bait in eastern Montana, you can use as dead bait here. You have to kill it first. That's crazy work. Have you ever caught anything off a squirrel in Florida? I don't know, man. Them are big aggressive species, pike and big bass, and down in Florida, y'all have sharks swimming around in your waters. And I would imagine a lot of things would eat a squirrel. Gar. We have short-nosed gar here in eastern Montana. We don't have them in central Montana. I've never caught one. It's on my bucket list, though. One of these days I want to go take a trip over to eastern Montana and do some gar fishing. But as far as I know, I don't think we have them in central Montana. Okay, I'm peeling my ass off the couch. There's fish to be caught. All right, SoCal. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. I appreciate it. Good luck. Hope you catch yourself some monsters over there. As long as the rain doesn't pick up too much here, I'll probably be on for another 3 hours or so. Sure, I'll be here when I'm still done. Maybe. We're not gonna stay as late tonight. I gotta get the boat home and back in the shop, and I don't like doing that when it's pitch black. So we'll probably be peeling off here at 9:30 ish. So 3 hours. Looks like the rain's letting up here a little bit. I think I might move the boat over about 5 foot this way so we're fishing over the deep part instead of casting to it. Yeah, I'm just gonna jump over a little bit so we're right above. That's a boilie right there. So we're right above the deeper part instead of casting to it. Oh, give me a moment, guys. Love seeing a boat cruising on the water. Yeah. All right, so actually here you can see kind of the stark line, the difference, the colors in the water where the two rivers meet. I'm gonna anchor right off this point here. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna bring the camera up here and I can show you guys. All right. So you can see on this side, that's the Missouri River, that's the Sun River. You can see the milky water. and the cleaner, it's still dirty water, but it's not like this. See, you can see the clear difference there. There's a line that goes all the way up, but it's super muddy over here and then clean here. That's where SoCal was saying that the jigging is good. That's where we're gonna jig. What's the deepest part in the river? Got some pretty calm water right now. If you go past the bridge about a quarter of a mile, there's it's like a 16 or an 18-foot hole. Most of the water around here though is 6 to 8 feet. There's little pockets here and there that are deeper, but it's not a super deep water body, at least not around here. But again, the Missouri River it's the longest river in the United States, so I'm sure there are places in it. Yeah, it's fairly calm until the boats start screaming by. BNSF Productions, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? We're just trying to pull a lunker out, either a pike or a walleye. We haven't hooked up on anything yet today, but we are still trying. It's been on and off raining, and currently we're jigging for a walleye. Patience is the key. Yep. Well, we're in no rush here. We'll catch something. Or we won't. No biggie either way. Good God. Welcome to those joining. Hope y'all are having a good Sunday evening, Monday morning. We're still out here trying to find a lunker. Trying not to fall out of the boat every time another boat drives by. Welcome back, Beetle. Man, where'd my smokes go? Really nice night out tonight. It's almost getting a little chilly. It went from being 90 and I was dying in the heat to I might need to put my jacket on. That's probably because I'm a little moist from the rain and then the wind comes through and appreciate the thumbs up, thank you. Hey, fishy, 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 fishy. Get off my pole weeds. Yeah, I'm gonna throw my jacket on. It's getting chilly. Come on, fishies. Welcome back, Josie. See, this is where I wish I could have more than one rod in the water. It drives me nuts fishing with one rod. I want to have one soaking in the water while I play with the other one. I almost had Miyazaki come fish with me today. She said yes, and then I waited 15 minutes, and then she said no. Like, damn it. Almost. Maybe next time. Been here listening, just picking stuff from the garden. Oh, right on. What kind of goodies do you have growing in the garden? I used to love that. Both my mom and grandma over the years have had gardens, and God, I had fun when I was younger. You're just wandering through the garden, and it's like a buffet. Like, cherry tomato. I don't mind if I do. Oh, sweet peas. I'll take a few of them. Scarf down some baby carrots, and I don't know. I think the favorite thing that they would grow is I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They're called kohlrabies. They're like a weird, like round thing with leaves, and you got to cut the outside off of and take and slice it up after you peeled it, and put some salt on it. They're like crunchy, and I don't know what they taste like. They're kind of a unique, never heard of it. Kohlrabi, it's like K-H-O-L. I don't know how to spell. Kohlrabi. They're good. You just eat them raw. I don't think we ever cooked them. You just slice them up raw, and after you've peeled it and cut them into little chunks and sprinkle some salt on. It's almost like they're like crunchy but not juicy. So it's like the crunch of like a cucumber, but more firm and almost like they almost have like it's more like the texture of a radish, and almost it has a little bit of the spice that a radish does, but not really, really mild. Really good. Cayenne peppers, cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, yummy. Garden sounds fun, but I kill everything I touch. I don't know. The only thing I've ever been able to successfully grow in my life was weed and mushrooms. Not the kind of garden most of y'all are talking about. Release to the grease. Hey, welcome to the stream, buddy. Bell peppers, big lettuce, tomatoes, beets, onions, green beans, lots of flowers too. You are a gardening little machine over there. Yeah, we're on the boat today. We're local. We're in the Missouri River. It's about 15 miles from where I live. I fish here from time to time. There's really good fish in here. They're just picky. I never catch a whole lot when I come down here, but when I do catch them, they're usually pretty nice. We fished here last night and we got a 31-inch, 8-pound pike. Really nice pike. Right now we're trying to pull a walleye out. Oh, she's still going. Raspberries, blueberries, elderberries, potatoes. She doesn't shop at the grocery store. She shops in her backyard. Yeah, I love the berries. That's awesome. I think my favorite is fresh strawberries out of the garden, but they're so hard to get to before the birds or the critters eat them all up. Yeah, it sounds like you have a heck of a garden. It's a lot of work though. So much work. You have strawberries too, but the birds take most of it. Yeah. I think my mom tried to grow them last year, and the birds, and we have the deer come through the yard and they frickin' buffet on everything. Cantaloupe. Oh, there's a fishy. Get back here. Alright, we might have to switch the jig out here. I'm not feeling it. Glenn McIver, my grandmother had a gooseberry bush and was the only one in the family that ever ate any. I like sour. Yeah, same here. I always, especially like blueberries, everybody wants, you know, the big plump ripe blueberries. I can't stand them. They're too mushy, too blah. I like them when they're like firm and sour. They got a bite to them. I'm that way with most of the fruits that I eat. I like them a little bit on the unripe side. Sour's always done it for my taste buds. Do you hunt? I used to. When I was younger, I used to love to hunt. Anymore, I just fish. I've been thinking about maybe trying to get a cow elk tag sometime in the next few years. I would love to get a calf. I don't want to, a full-on cow. But my favorite meat to eat is elk. And it's been years since I've got to have elk. Deer meat can be good. I don't like, most bucks are gross. They're too gamey and tough. Does aren't as bad if you get a younger doe. My preference though is Bambi. You get a yearling, not tiny like infant Bambi, but a nice yearling. It's got some size on it. You get, a good amount of steaks and burger out of it. I don't know. I love meat in general. I'd eat steak for dinner every night if I could. You've never ate an elk? Elk is like, if you like deer meat, you would love elk meat. Elk meat is more closer to beef than I think it is to deer. It's like a sweet beef. It's got like a sweet taste to it. But I think that's by far my favorite is elk meat. Makes excellent steaks, excellent jerky. Really good burger. Bear is, ugh. I don't know why people eat bear. Most people don't eat bear. Get one and send you some meat. Maybe one of these years. No, when I was a teenager, 17, 18, I worked at a wild game processing plant during hunting season. So I would see all the stuff that people would bring in, and almost nobody kept the bear. They always just killed it for the skull and the hide. But you can't legally kill it and just get rid of the meat. So they'd bring it in and get it processed and donate it to the food bank. But all of that, we would never, nobody ever got bear steaks back or bear burger. It was always mixed in with, we would take bear meat, mix it with deer, mix it with elk, mix it with moose, just like kind of a conglomeration of all of the different species, and they'd make sausage out of it. Something that's got a whole bunch of seasoning and flavoring in it to mask the bear's gross. Bear is good as long as it was eating lots of berries instead of fish. You can tell because the fat turns purple. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Fishing catfish. Have you ever had peacock? I've had peacock eggs. I've never tried peacock meat, though. We have I guess you could call it a festival here every year in Cascade County in Montana. It's, what do they call it? It's like a taste of the wild or something like that. And they have booths set up with vendors that are selling, meat products, rattlesnake and ostrich and elk and deer and all the random stuff, but all sorts of exotic meats. But you can go around to all the different booths and get samples and try all the different things. And I think the most surprising one that was actually quite good when I mean, not I didn't cook it, but however they cooked it, was the rattlesnake meat. They had these little like a Lunchable, you get like crackers and cheese. They had basically like little Lunchables made out of rattlesnake meat. I think I hit that booth up like 2 or 3 times. Peacock is delicious, tastes like chicken, but more tender and super flavorful. Huh. Yeah, I don't think I tried peacock. Wait, did try ostrich there. Now, everybody was raving about that. It's gross. I didn't want to try them, and I don't know why anybody would. Y'all ever had a Rocky Mountain oyster? You know what a Rocky Mountain oyster is? Really popular booth. People ate the crap out of them, but hard pass from me. Never heard of it. Bull testicle. Cow bull testicle. Prairie oysters, okay. Yeah, they call them Rocky Mountain oysters over here. And man, that booth was just packed the entire time I was there. People loved them. I don't know, I had no desire to try it. I mean, it was interesting, you know, like rattlesnake. All right, I'll try rattlesnake. Oh, ostrich? Sure, why not? Beef balls. Who wants beef balls? You can have my beef ball. I don't want any. You can tell me how much you enjoy it. Have fun. Yeah, you've had Rocky Mountain oysters. You didn't like them? Yeah. I don't know. I would just imagine they're stringy and tough and feel like eating the gristle off a chicken. Like, I don't know why. Really popular here, though. I know that when I was younger, a buddy of mine was friends with one of the big ranchers here in the area, and they would go out every year to help them brand, and they vaccinate all of the calves. And as part of that, they would castrate all the baby male bulls. And at the end of the day, they would collect, you know, a whole pot full of the balls and cook them up, and everybody was just digging into it. I don't know, man. That's just one thing. Like, I will eat nearly any part on a body of pretty much any animal, but why? What the hell do you want to eat testicles for? You can tell me as many times as you want, but that's never going to be an from me. Fishing catfish. Have we caught any fish today? No. We are skunked so far. We got 2.5 hours left to catch a fish. This is one of the spots I come to. I don't catch a lot of fish here. I'm fishing here because it's close to town. And I do, when I catch big fish here. So like I pulled a 22.5 pound pike out of here a couple of years ago. Yesterday we pulled, you know, a little over an 8-pound pike out of here. There's 10-pound plus walleye swimming in here, really good browns, really good rainbow. They're just, for whatever reason, you know, the tactics that I use other places that I'll catch fish all day long, I don't get them here. There's a lot of boat activity, it's murky water. It's right, you know, in urban area. We're right down in Great Falls, Montana. You know, downtown Great Falls, Montana is just, you know, a mile over that way. Vertex says, real question is, do you want to see my rod? I'll show you my rod. You can see my rod. It's right here. It's nice and light and nimble, and it catches really big fish sometimes. What state do you live in because you're close to the river? We're in central Montana. Fishing with Tito, welcome back. How you doing? You're from Kansas, okay. Yeah, we're in central Montana. This is the Missouri River. It runs right straight through the middle of Great Falls, and then over this way, the wind is kind conveniently panning the camera slowly over this way. This is the Sun River. So we're fishing right where the Sun River comes into the Missouri River. Right at the confluence. And this is supposedly the spot for walleye, but they aren't having it. I'm gonna switch over though. I'm about done with the jig here. I think we're gonna I got a whole bucket full of unopened lures here, and we're gonna try something different. Let's dig through the bag of goodies and try something new. All right, let's see. Let's dig this bucket out and you guys can help me pick out a lure. They're mostly Rapala floaters and X-Wrap and stuff like that. We got a whole bucket full of goodies that we have that have never seen the water yet. We got Rapala F18 in purple decent color. Probably a little big for what we're going for here. We have Rapala, this is the F9, brown trout. We have a Rapala shad wrap in perch. Yeah, for walleye. Walleye or pike, or rainbow or brown. There again, this confluence, when you fish at a confluence where two rivers meet, the chances of you catching anything, you know, go through the roof. Anything that's in either of these two rivers is swimming by right underneath us right now. We have a walleye deep. This probably, these suckers dive down to like 27 feet, so a little bit too big. Got a couple of those. Shiny silver, shiny gold. We have some X-Wraps. And so that's, I don't know what color that one is. Oh, that's supposed to be a rainbow trout. Schizo, welcome to the stream. Why did I get so many different perch colors? We got a couple of more shad wraps and different variants of perch. What do you think? Rapala super shad wrap and goldfish? That looks like a winner. Probably not. Rapala super shad wrap in silver. I'm thinking rainbow in like an F18, maybe this guy. There's a shad wrap XR10. It's got a 4 to 6 foot diving depth. That one's, what color is that? Hot steel. Hot steel. We have the cutest little brown trout lure you've ever seen. That's the F3, just an itty bitty little baby, and also in purple decent. Kind of like that one. Shallow runner, shad wrap. That one is glow pink squirrel. Who names these things? Glow pink squirrel? That one only dives to, no, it's a 4 to 6 foot depth. Let's toss this bad boy on and see what it does. Glow pink squirrel. Yeah, that sounds like a winner, doesn't it, Josie? Glow pink squirrel. I have no clue how every time I set the pole down, it just like instantly ties itself in knots. Not quite sure how that works. All right, glow pink squirrel. Put in some work here. Catch us a fish. We're counting on you, little guy. Here, one more look. That is a Rapala shad wrap, shallow diver, and glow pink squirrel. I'm excited for the new lure. It looked interesting. I don't know. I'm bad. You get me on a website with fishing lures, I'm like, ooh, I'll take one of them, I'll take one of them. Oh, well, if I'm gonna get one in that size, I might as well get one in that size, and that size, and that size. And oh, you look interesting. Like, somebody please take away my credit card. Yeah, I've never fished. This is the first time I've fished with, I've fished with shad wraps before, but not one of these shallow ones that has the weird lip on it that comes back up. But I think this one's got UV coloring in it. So maybe she'll glow for us. I mean, I'm assuming it should. Ooh, it's got nice action on it. She got a nice little wobble. That's right, shake that little tail. All right, I'm excited. I have high hopes for our glow pink squirrel. Wasn't sure what to expect. Flicker shads work great for walleye here in Kansas. Okay, we do I have 4 or 5 different ones in the bucket here. Everybody jigs from around here, though the guy at the boat dock did say to throw small cranks near the shallows. That's what we're doing, small cranks near the shallows. Work it, work it. Oh yeah. There we go. Oh, our rain is coming back. Oh, sorry, Calvin, I didn't see you come in there. Welcome to the stream, Calvin. How you doing today? We're messing around with our new lure, a glow pink squirrel shad wrap. I like a 14-inch burbot ribbon tails too. That's a chunky for walleye, a 14-inch. I guess they are a voracious predator. I guess when I think of a lure that big, it's always a pike or tiger musky comes to mind for me. I don't know, people fish for walleye with giant ass lures like that. We do have some big swimtails. It says walleye on the package. All right, fair point. but you like them for pike? Yeah, I can pretty much anything in my tackle box I will throw for pike. Pike eat anything. I'm pretty sure if you can get a lure in front of a pike and get them to think that they're not, that it's going to get away before they get a good look to see what it is, that they'll bite it. I don't care what it is. But there are big pike right in here. Big pike, big walleye, big rainbows, big browns. There's ling, there's carp, a couple of different kinds of suckers. There's stone cats, there's bullheads. Whitefish, a couple of different kinds of whitefish, though I've never caught whitefish out of here. Further upstream, they catch a lot of whitefish. They gotta be in here, though. There's nothing separating up there from down here. Lots of weeds. I'm thinking we're gonna sit at the confluence for just a little bit longer here, and then I'm gonna pull anchor up, and we're gonna drift, and I'll cast along the shoreline. Cast from the shallows, pulling back towards us. I'll switch my mic over here, guys. Sorry about the jumblies. There we go. Keeps getting tucked in my coat. Yeah, I kind of want one of these in a bigger size to troll with. PB pike is on a 12-inch gizzard shad wake bait. Nice. How big was it? That's a big lure. I do have some large lures like that I've bought purposely for tiger muskies, but I do bust them out sometimes when I'm trolling for pike. £7.5 pounds, nice. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Josie. Again, with the overcast sky and the kind of the murky water, UV colors, the bright colors do tend to work well. Fidenzar just tuning in, caught any 8-pound pike? Caught the 8-pound pike yesterday, very nice. Any luck today? Yeah, that pike yesterday, she was fat, she was chunky, nice pike. Unfortunately today we've had some bites, we've had some action, but no solid hookups. Forgot the inches because it was like 3 years ago. Yeah, that's all right. No, 7.5 and 8-inch pike, people can poo-poo all over that and say, oh, that's not big. An 8-pound pike is a nice damn pike. A 7.5-pound pike is a nice pike. Everybody wants to pretend like all they catch is 40-inch, 20-pound pike all the time, and it's like, get real, man. There's a reason those are called trophy-sized pike. It's because there are very few of them in any water body. Most pike in most water bodies are, 2-3 pounds. That is the average size pike, at least here in Montana. It's uncommon to catch something bigger than 3 pounds. So when you catch a 5-pounder, an 8-pounder, a 10-pounder, you're doing good. Makotnik gar. We don't have them in central Montana where I live. They do have them in eastern Montana. I've never been over that way to fish. I would love to. The large majority of Montana state record fish come out of eastern Montana. There's like 4 or 5 water bodies over there that hold almost every state record that we have. Fort Peck being one of them, the Dredge Cuts, Tongue River Reservoir. I'm not sure what it is about eastern Montana, why the fish get so much bigger over there. But that's the spot to be to catch big fish. And gar are over there, paddlefish are over there. Lots of things that aren't in central Montana you can catch in eastern Montana. It's on my bucket list though. One of these days I'm gonna head over that way. I'd love to go camp there for like a week or two and just really dig in and fish those water bodies. Got my first spotted gar on a bottom rig with cutbait carp. Huh. I use a lot of different fish around here for cutbait. I've never used carp. I always throw carp back. I love catching carp and I like to throw them back so they can get bigger so I can catch them again. I tend to go with white sucker, or if I can find them, creek chub, lake chub. Those are kind of my go-to for cut bait. Man, it's starting to pour again. We might have to actually go back under the bridge. I forgot the weather said that it's gonna start pissing rain at 7 o'clock. It's supposed to be nice and sunshiny at 8 o'clock. But yeah, this wind is picking up. These are heavy raindrops. We're gonna get soaked. Hold on, guys. We're going back under the bridge. We're gonna be trolls for a bit longer. Oh, ruined my plans of drifting. There, y'all can watch me struggle bringing in the. Oop, where is this? Switch the screen. There we go. Switch. Do it. Switch. There we go. Can watch me be not cool because I don't have spot lock. I don't have a fancy fish finder, or excuse me, trolling motor with spot lock. I use an old school actual anchor. And it's covered in mud. So what I'm doing right now is giving her a bath. There we go. Fancy. All right. That's all right, fishing catfish. I can hear it's raining. Damn, we drifted far fast. All right, we're gonna zip under the bridge over here. Josie, close your eyes. We'll be there in a minute. Alrighty. We're there. Using shiners. Shiners sometimes. I don't catch the shiners to use, but a lot of the bait shop you can get shiners from to use for cut bait. What kind of boat is it? It's a Weldtech 1648. It's a welded aluminum, 16 foot, 48 inch wide, flat bottom John boat. It's old. I mean, it's like circa 1980. The motor on it is a Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower two-stroke. Again, about circa 1984. It's an old aluminum boat. I bought it off my neighbor a couple of years ago. Got a real good deal on it. Oops. Goes fast. I'm a tri-tune. Yeah, this boat is only rated for like a 30 horsepower motor. Somebody at some point in time tossed on a big old Johnson Evinrude. It's a super light boat. I get it up comfortably about 30 miles an hour usually if the weight is evenly distributed. It's not a speed boat, but it gets me around. 250 horsepower motor. Nice. You wish you had a fishing boat though. Yeah, I like the flat bottom John boats. I wish it was a little bit bigger. I want to get like a 18, maybe a 20 footer. This boat it's all right when I'm by myself. Once you get 2-3 people on here, it gets pretty cramped. And it's not a bass boat. It's not really laid out to move around well in. I think that's the biggest thing that I don't really care for in this boat is there's so many obstacles to climb around and trip over. There we go. Do I ever catfish? Yeah, I do. A few times a year I usually go down to it's actually Eastern Fishing District in Montana, just the very edge where Western and Eastern Fishing Districts join, near Fort Benton or Loma, Montana. And we fish for channel cats there as well as sturgeon during the sturgeon run. Really nice channel cats down there. Last time I went, I think we caught a 14.5 or 15-pound catfish. No, ask away. That's why we do these lives. We're here to talk. We're here to share information, answer questions, be a little stupid sometimes. We're here to have fun. As long as you're being genuine and the questions you ask, don't hesitate. You're right below. I'm in Alberta. Okay. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of family that lives up in Alberta. I haven't been there. I visited. I was probably 7 or 8 years old the last time. I think we went to the Calgary Zoo and whatever the hell the big ass mall is you guys have up there. I think it was in Lethbridge. Yeah, we're just in Great Falls here where I'm fishing right now. It's, I don't know, 120, 130 miles an hour from the Canadian border. Edmonton, there you go, Edmonton Mall. Amanda, welcome back to the stream. How you doing today? Weekend I went to a lake called Milford here in Kansas. Caught a 23.6 pound blue cat on 10-pound mono with a light tackle ugly stick. Good God, you sound like me catching lunkers on Barbie poles over here. I mean, I fish. It's a ugly stick carbon, medium light, fast action, super lightweight pole. I fish for big fish with these poles. I love it. Ulas. I know I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but welcome back to the stream. Yeah, we're still fishing. We still got 2.5 hours before it gets dark. We're fishing. But 10-pound mono, that's not something I would fish with. I'd run 30-pound braid on pretty much every rig that I have, except for my trolling rigs that I use leaded line on. Caught a bunch of walleye at a lake called Wabamun, east of Edmonton. What were you catching them off of? Were you running cranks? Worms? Leeches? Jigs? The Dusek kids you fishing for? We're fishing for right now Northern Pike, Walleye. This lure, I could see a brown trout biting off of it. Maybe a rainbow. but mainly pike and walleye. Even ulas is good for me. Unexpected weather, huh? Yeah, it started pouring rain on us. It's supposed to be bright and warm and bright here in the next hour. The sun's supposed to come back out, and it kind of did the same thing to us yesterday when we were here. But it was like a freakish 10-minute storm. It came, it got gloomy, it rained really hard, and then it was peaceful. It was like just bliss out here. Orange and black rooster tail, huh? Well, that's what we caught the little slime noodle on yesterday. The cutest little pike I've ever caught. He was about yay long and about that big around, just this little slime dart. We caught him on a Mapsiglia number 5 bucktail, which is in black and orange. But that little sucker, whoop, shot out of the water probably a good 16 inches and then dropped back down and spit the hook. Wild Card, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping through. How you doing today? Do you use maps for trout, or should I get local ones? I prefer bait or blades on trout, but inline spinners is stable even for a perch or pike. Yeah, the inline spinners, they're a good. That's one of those ones that when I don't know what's in the water or I'm not really targeting a specific fish, inline spinners are great. Maps make some really good ones. We'll bust out my spinner box here. Hold on. Oh, wait a sec. Go do your pink UV squirrel stuff. Catch us a fish. Where the hell's my spinner box at? You're not spinners. Where are you? There you are. I've got a pretty good selection of spinners. A lot of them are maps. Maps are probably some of my favorite. I normally wouldn't pull out maps for trout. Normally I would be going with what are these? Alright, so some of my favorite, when I'm targeting rainbow trout, even brown trout too. I'm just making sure. Yeah, so these are, my two most used are the Panther Martin number 6 in gold or bronze. I do have, a lot of other ones that I try trout for. Yeah, again, this is similar. Panther Martin, this one's a rainbow. It's got a little float on it. But I find with trout that the more simple, the better. Just either, a silver, a gold, a bronze, a nickel. And number 6, number 5s. Those are the two that I normally, I do pretty well if I'm throwing for rainbows and browns. Yeah, the gold, the brass, the silver, the nickel. I do. I mean, I have a myriad of other ones. Pretty much anything in this box, a trout would probably bite on. But I tend to throw. I don't know what it is, just about the plain colors, the metal colors. It seems to work better for me. And even again, slightly bigger in size. Another one that's good for trout. That I have not personally caught a lot of trout on, but I've had a lot of recommendations. There are these Castmaster. God, I got just a rat's nest in here. Here we go. There's one of them. The Acme Castmasters. They're a weird shaped. They're a bit heavier. But these come highly recommended by a handful of people that I know that are really into trout fishing. But again, I bought same colors. Gold, silver. This one's actually a trout pattern. They're all the same. This one's a brown trout pattern. But if I'm throwing for trout and I'm actually targeting trout, I will often, those are the first things that I take out of my tackle box to try. If I'm not targeting trout though, and I want to just, an all around, like, what's in here, what can I catch? The Mepsiglia, a lot of mine are Mepsiglia. I have in, various different patterns. The little trout patterns, pink with a red dot, the oranges, the golds. I have a whole bunch of variations of the same. Another one, Vibrex, Blue Fox Vibrex, and I have again these in various different colors. They're an all-around. They make a good vibration. They have a good spin, a spoon. So there's good action in the water. And I've gotten bites on these from almost any species that's in a water body. In fact, that's probably what I should switch to right now. Something like that. We'll run the little pink guy here for a little bit longer. He hasn't been given a fair shake yet. You have a decent sized spoon? Yeah, I got a... Oh... We have various different spoon boxes. I'm a lure junkie. Anytime I find myself at a sports store, I find it hard to leave without at least $100 in lures. We have a good selection of different spoons, various colors, various shapes, various sizes. I'll show you though my favorite spoon. It's my wild card spoon. I've caught such a wide variety and big fish off of it. Give me a sec. Where are you? All right, so I bought this as a pike spoon, right? Never caught a pike off it, never. I've fished this lure so many times. It's a Daredevil wiggler, red wiggler. There's the 5 of diamonds. It's got 2 gnarly trebles on it. One of them that's only got 2 hooks. I bought it as a pike lure. I fished the crap out of it. I catch brown trout off of it. I catch rainbow trout off of it. I have caught a walleye off of it. I caught a carp off of this the one day. Trolling. Caught a carp off. What the hell? So it's my wild card lure. When I'm like, let's see what we can catch today. We throw this guy on there. Wonderful lure. Carp. Pike don't like it? I don't know. They normally, 5 of diamonds is the go-to for pike for a spoon usually. But my wild card. Oh, I appreciate this, the sentiment there that I'm awesomely organized. I'm not. Every time I get a new hoard, a new collection of lures, I have to bust everything out on the boat, and it's like, all right, where am I gonna fit this crap now? I've got every little nook and cranny and... All right. I thought you were gonna catch us a fish here. Well, we waited. I try to be organized, but my problem is I'm getting to the point where I have crap stuck in every little nook and cranny in so many different boxes. I'm like, I know I have this, and I probably have 3 of this. Where is this? Which box did I put it in? You know, it would be nice if I could just have 1 spoon box or 1 spinner box. But you end up with, eventually you end up with so many spinners, so many spoons, they don't all fit in 1 box anymore. Damn, trout barely bite maps here. This is something I'd even doubt for medium-sized pike. Pike, pretty much any lure in that I have on my boat, I've got a pike off of. It's like I keep saying it. If you can get it in front of a pike, and if you can get their attention with it, and if you can get them to think that it's going to get away before they get a good close look at it, they will eat it. They're like a toddler. They put everything in their mouth. They want to taste it. They want to see if it's food, and if it's not food, they'll spit it out. But the key is to get them to think that it's going to get away before they can bite it. And see, this is where I wish I had more of my underwater camera footage posted. I have a stockpile of it that I just haven't gone through to post yet. But you'll see on there that they'll be following a lure, they're following a lure, they're looking at it, they're following the lure. And if it makes a slight jerk away, they bite it. You know, it doesn't matter. They could have been staring at it for 10 minutes, but if it makes a jerk one way or another, goes up, goes down, slows down, speeds up, but it really just feels like to me that the moment that they think it's going to get away and they can't look at it anymore, they're going to bite it. Pike do. A spoon is usually a very, very good bet to catch pike with. They have a nice wobbly movement, and the thing with spoons is the wobbly movement usually isn't, it'll be steady, but you'll hit a current in the water and they'll kick one way. And it's those erratic movements, those momentary jerks of the lure or bait, and they're like, all right, gotta bite it, it's gonna get away. I don't typically fish spoons for pike. I used to, historically. I grew up, that was anytime I was fishing for a pike, I'd be throwing a red and white Daredevil spoon, the 5 of diamonds, even a white spoon. I've found crankbaits and jerkbaits to be more effective when trolling, or jerkbaits, both, whether trolling or casting. I have more success, bigger fish with them. Every once in a while I'll still throw a spoon on trying to catch pike, but it's usually after I've already gone through and I've decided, well, the jerkbaits aren't doing it today, the crankbaits aren't doing it today, I'll throw a spoon on. Dead baiting with bobber rig on a pond in my hometown next season. I even got carp bites on fresh cut bait. Dead baiting, I think the biggest of the big pikes, if you want a true monster, I think dead baiting is 100% the most effective method to do it. They're smart. A 10-year-old pike that's grown up to be 40 inches, 45 inches, 50 inches, the big ones, a lot of them, it's like fishing a overpressured bass pond. They've seen everything you're throwing out there. Dead bait, they can taste it in the water, they can smell it, they know it's food. You're not tricking them with dead bait, you're offering them food that they would normally be eating. They eat dead shit off the bottom. They're not a predator that will only eat something that's moving. They're a predator that will eat anything that looks like food. So dead baiting, I honestly think the biggest pike caught are not caught on I'm not saying they can't be, but I think more often than not are going to be caught on, you know, either live bait or cut bait, a dead bait rig. But that's funny that you've had, I didn't know carp would eat cut bait. I've heard people say they've caught carp with live bait. I don't ever get to fish with live bait because I don't have, it's not legal here. But that's the same right there. I've caught pike off of bread balls when I was carp fishing. Most unexpected catch I've ever had. Had, you know, just the pole and the pole holder. I'm dealing with the other pole casting, trying to catch pike. I had my carp pole out. I'm like, I might as well throw a rod out trying to catch some carp while I'm fishing for pike, and had a fat old bread ball on it. And I look back and my pole's just bent over. I'm like, holy crap, big carp. Pike, bread ball. So it was at that point that I was convinced that pike will eat anything. It doesn't matter. If you can get it in front of them and get them interested in it, they'll put it in their mouth. Biscuit, welcome to the stream. No, we haven't caught anything today. We've been skunked. We're still at it though. I have not given up yet. Come on, little glow squirrel guy. Had a pike jump into the kayak. That's slightly terrifying. Caught your PB pike on a crankbait? Yeah, I caught mine off of just a jig and a worm. Josie, I'll be back after a shower. All right, Josie, enjoy your shower. Yeah, watch the video. Oh, is it on your channel? I'll check it out. Carp bent my rod like a crescent. I was holding the pole and just tension. It was preventing me from falling. It's happened like 5-6 times. We're so close to shore. Lost it at 15 foot to shore. Oh man, that's always frustrating. I had that happen to me last year. I had it was Montana state record carp. I had it all the way to the shore, and my net. I'm fishing with, you know, a moderately sized catch net. I didn't expect I was going to catch, you know, a state record fish, but its fat ass wouldn't fit in the net. And it started struggling, and it got away. That sucker was probably 50 pounds. It looked like a propane tank. Like a propane tank dressed as a carp. Scared a little. I would be too. I don't like it when I got a carp flopping around in the bottom of my, you know, 16-foot boat here. I wouldn't want one in my lap. Or not carp, I mean pike. All right, get out of here. Now that's honestly what I should be doing. It's just, it doesn't make for a very good stream. I would like to go dead bait right at the mouth of the river over there where we've been fishing. Big old chunk of, you know, white sucker or something like that. Throw it right at that drop off and just wait. Carp eat meat. I said it and I'll say it again. Yeah, I mean, I guess that they're an omnivore, I guess. They eat bugs, they eat plants. So I could see them eating meat. Your power went out in the field. No, we still haven't caught anything, Flash. It started pouring rain on us. We had to escape back over under the bridge. Isaac, welcome to the stream. How cold is it? I don't know. It's probably about... I'd have to look at the temperature. If I were to go 72, 74. I could be way off though. The breeze makes it feel a little bit colder, and I'm a little bit moist because it got rained on. So I probably actually feel colder than it is. You know, Fishing with Carl, UK guy that mainly goes carp fishing, great content and one of the best at dead baiting. That sounds really familiar. I want to say I have seen some of his content because I do that. Carp content is one of the probably one of the things that I watch the most on YouTube, and I do watch a lot of UK content because it seems like y'all are way bigger into carp fishing than we are here in America. I get just the stupidest looks from people when they pull up next to me and they're like, "Oh, what you fishing for?" I'm like, "Carp." Carp? Why? Do you eat those? Like, no, I don't eat them. I'm fishing for them because it's one of the funnest fish imaginable in fresh water to pull in. It's always fun at the ponds, especially, because I'll have people do that, and then they're out there with their fly rods, bass fishing. Everybody bass fishes here, trout fishes. And I fish with, you know, 2 poles, and I put a bell on the end of my pole, and I just sit there and wait. And eventually the pole bends in half, and my bell flings, and I'm over there, my, you know, drag is screaming, and eventually they come back over, and they're like, "So, how are you catching them carp?" It's like, yeah, that's what I thought, man. They're fun. Pound for pound, they are, I think, the strongest fighting freshwater fish that exists. The males, at least. The females are kind of dead weight. They're not all that impressive. But those male carp they're gnarly, man. They're fun. I'll have to check that out. Fishing with Carl. It does sound vaguely familiar, though. Now, in the UK, overseas, y'all take carp fishing seriously. Y'all have some interesting gear and rigs that are set up, and there's, you know, super strict regulations on what you can use when you're fishing for them. Private ponds that people pay yearly memberships to be able to fish carp in them. Hell, man, the one channel I was watching, they carry little med kits with them. And they're like, "Oh, we you know, put some antibiotics on this little boo-boo." And I mean, they really take care of the carp population there. But they're pulling in, you know, them 40, 50, 60-pound hogs. So, I mean, I guess it makes sense to really take care of those. I mean, that's a lifetime experience pulling in a fish like that. I'm tying rigs for them and probably make boilies when I go carp fishing. Got some S-bombs, some tanglies, and some cattle corns for this season. Heck yeah. Now, I spent a small fortune importing some boilies from somewhere over in the UK. Came highly recommended. Man, I fished with them damn things for 2 weeks straight in like 3 different spots. I couldn't even get a bite off of them. Our American fish don't like your boilies. When I lived in UK, that's all they cared about. They sit on a tent when the bell rings, they get on it. Well, a lot of them, they have like, I mean, they're using like 10, 11-foot poles, like super long, thin poles, and they have those, like the pole holders where you don't, it's not like, you know, here in America, that's your pole holder, your pole sticks up. In UK, they got the ones you like set them on, it's like a rack, and they put like four poles on it, and they have the little mechanism that they hook up to the line, so their drag is open, and the mechanism is on the line, and when the fish, you know, tugs on it, they get, you know, an audible alert and all sorts of fancy shit. And the rigs that they tie up, they're just immaculate. You know, every knot, every point where you can get weeds, tangles, I mean, they're covered with rubber, and then they, you know, heat it and shrink it down, and like just beautiful, beautiful fishing rigs. Every little part about it is well thought out, well designed, and expensive. We don't do that here in America. I'm lopping on, you know, chunks of bread and hocking her out, and let's get a fish. We throw a bell on there. Splodgy, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Swingers. Swingers? We've never caught a carp. I've tried at Wadsworth, but nothing. The carp fishing this year, I don't know what the hell's going on this season. I caught earlier this year, it was good. Wadsworth has been kind of crap later in the season. Largent Bend, I caught the crap out of them last year. Been really poor this year. Earlier this year, though, Wadsworth was on. I wasn't catching big carp there, but that was when I was first testing the ready-to-bake pizza dough and dipped in strawberry jello. Watch that video, it's on my channel. It's just back to back to back. I caught probably 11 fish over the course of 3 hours. I mean, it was the point where, you know, I got one fish on this line and, you know, you can visibly see my arm shaking because it's fighting, and I got the other pole in the other hand that I'm trying to cast out because I just caught one. I get it out in the water and I'm, you know, reeling in this one that's already got a fish on it. The bell's going crazy on this pole. It's just non-stop. They love that bait. But I've run it a few times. I went there earlier in the year and they were really hitting on it. The past few times there, I've tried, you know, my regular bread balls. I've tried the bread balls, you know, the pizza dough in strawberry jello. I might get one, you know, in a 4 or 5 hour session. So I don't know what's going on with carp fishing this year. I don't know if it's all the erratic hot, cold, and but Flash, if you haven't caught a carp, man, you are missing out. They are, I'm telling you, man, one of the funnest freshwater species to fish for. You think a bass fight's hard? Go catch yourself a big carp. I mainly use hair rigs or zig rigs. And welcome, Joby Wilson. Welcome to the stream. So the hair rigs is what I was using, but anyways, I feel like those joints are too fragile for carp. I use swivels and thicker line or even 60-pound braid for my rigs. I use steel leaders, 60-pound steel leaders, a high-low rig. It's my catfish rig. When I started getting into carp fishing, and the first big carp that I lost, I was like, damn it, I am never having this happen again. And I threw on my catfish rigs. It's a high-low rig. It's a 60-pound steel leader. It's about 34 inches. It's got a stainless steel standoff, a T on the line, one high, one low, and you put a fluorocarbon leader, 6-8 inches, 10 inches, 12, whatever length you want, and then your hook. And then it's just got a sinker at the bottom. So I'm actually fishing with 2 hooks on my rig that goes out. But I got a good 34 inches of steel leader that carp can wrap me around sticks, it can wrap me around whatever, and I'm not losing it. You know, if I have to get in the water and tangle my steel leader out of the sticks, I will. But the fish ain't going nowhere. But yeah, way low tech compared to what y'all are doing over in UK. Joby, we're fishing for pike and walleye, and we've caught a big fat nada. They've not been biting for us today. Some guys have traditional Turkish carp fishing rigs with European style rigs. You got some compressed corn, wheat, sunflower with boilies or fake corn, Slay's carp. Yeah, again, I've watched y'all catch it with that fancy stuff over there, and I broke out the credit card and I probably spent $60 to have it was a good sized bag of these boilies. It was a couple of different kinds, it wasn't just one. I sent $60 on a couple of big bags of boilies and some hair rigs and, you know, some gear that y'all are ranting and raving about and catching all them beasts over there, and our carp here didn't want nothing to do with it. They're perfectly happy with bread or corn. I have fished in a couple of water bodies that they wouldn't touch bread or corn and they only wanted worms. There's over 40-pound carp at Blackwater Dam. dam under the bridge, but you can't fish it. They sit in slow water coming from the generator. Where the hell's Blackwater Dam? Blackwater Dam. Blackwater. That doesn't sound familiar to me at all. You mean Black Eagle Dam? Okay, okay. Yeah, they don't let you fish on that side of the dam. If it's a 40 pounder though, that's a state record. I think the current state record is it's right around 40 pounds. That sucker I had on the line last year, it easily would have hit 50 pounds. It's the biggest carp I've ever seen in person. And I'm estimating its weight based upon, I watch a lot of the European videos and they commonly catch 40, 50 pound carp is nice for them, but they're not, woo, oh crap, I got a big carp. They're like, oh yes, nice, it's another 50 pounder. It's like they catch them every day. But, so I know what a 50 pounder looks like based upon watching those videos. And this one, it was at least a 50 pounder. Would have smashed the Montana state record if I could have landed it. Giant Wells catfish here, 78 inches. Good God. They use whole rotisserie chicken was. Oh, that's awesome. What are you using for bait? Just, 6-pound rotisserie chicken. Just a Cornish game hen, no big deal. Yeah, I've never really fished for fish that big. Now again, I'm a pike fisherman by nature. That is what I like to fish for. And my behemoth is 22 and a half pounds, which to me was that's a monster pike. It ain't setting no world records, it ain't breaking no state records. But my experience catching fish bigger than that is, very limited. I have one, the carp that I got to the shore. I basically caught it, but I didn't get it in the net. I didn't get a picture, I didn't get a weight, so it don't count. So, a 6-foot catfish, that's crazy to me. All right, you're not doing it here. I had high hopes for this little guy. Our glow squirrel shad wrap. I think, my friend, you're cut off. We're gonna try something else. Jighead Jones, how you doing, my friend? We've been fishing for pike and walleye for the better part of the day and have caught nothing. Not a damn thing. But we are not done yet. We're not done yet. We got another 7:30. We got an hour and a half. An hour and a half to put something in the boat. And I'm just digging through my bag of wonders over here trying to see what ridiculous lure we can throw on here. I'm getting desperate at this point. We got to get something in the boat here today. I'm thinking either our Musky Mayhem double mini Cowgirl, I think is what it's called, or our one of these spinners. No, I'm not feeling that one. Maybe that one? Nah. That one? Let's try that guy for a little while. That's looking pretty pikey. We got some chartreuse. Ah, that one's raring and ready to go. I don't know. She's screaming, "Let me in the water! Let me in! I can do it!" I don't know, you guys. She seems pretty excited. Put me in, coach. All right, we're doing it. Now the question is, should we run her raw, or should we throw a swim tail on her? I'm a big back subbed, and can I get a shout out? I appreciate it. I'm a big back. Appreciate the sub. Thank you, my friend. Everybody send I'm a big back a sticker, maybe a ribbon. You think a swim tail? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'd give you a cookie if I had one. Yeah. Rahul Kumar, welcome to the stream. Maybe lemon colored or chartreuse. Oops. That's the only lemon or chartreuse one I have handy. Slightly undersized though. Still got some action on it. That'll be fine. Alrighty. We're going raw. I might catch something. Well, So sometimes you just gotta gamble, right? Alrighty, time to catch a fish, you guys. Enough dicking around. Let's do this. Fish. Come here, fishy, fishy. And this is honestly, this is about the biggest. This is really an oversized lure presentation for this medium light fast action, but this is about the biggest that I'll throw with them. Definitely way over the manufacturer's recommendations. This spinner's got to weigh at least an ounce without the rubber on it, without the plastic. And this pole's rated for like 3/8 of an ounce or something like that. That's all right though, that's all right. We just got to be gentle. Just be gentle and she'll be all right. I'm thinking about getting some big 10-inch full white paddle tails and a suitable jig head. Thinking about one big or two small treble jig head. Would it be worth it? That's an I've never. I mean, you could. That's how people rig up a lot of the, the swim baits. You're just, a couple of external trebles, one towards the front and one either on top of the back or one on the belly. I've never seen a paddle tail that big. It'd be worth a shot, man. It'd be an interesting presentation to say for sure. What you could do I have those? Let's see here. Give me a sec. I think they're in here. What did I do with them? Dang it, I don't remember what I did with them. Let me think about it for a few. I know that they're on the boat here somewhere. There's I think I know how you could rig those up that would work really well. I feel like you need one of those $300 swing baits. God, I don't even know what my most expensive lure is. Probably 40 or 50 bucks. I haven't gotten into, the real high end. I lose too many damn lures to do that. There was a guy at Ackley Lake last year that I ran into that, man, that dude probably had 10 grand worth of musky lures in his little John boat. He just had 5-gallon bucket after 5-gallon bucket of some of the most redonkulous, huge, beautiful, beautiful musky lures. Most of them all, custom. Highly customized. But Ulas, let me think about it for a minute. Somewhere on my boat I have a rig, a setup that I think would work really well for a giant paddle tail like that. And they're really cheap, easy to build. But there's one key component that you need that I don't remember what the hell they're called, and it's hard to describe. I need to show it to you. Some Swiss fisherman was using 24-inch swim baits and caught some pike with it, broke a world record. Huh. Well, they say, you want big fish, use big baits. And that's kind of my thought when I'm fishing. I want to catch big ones. I mean, it'd be nice to catch a whole bunch of them, but I want to catch a monster. Before I leave this planet, I'm going to have at least one state record. I'd love to have, you know, a world record. Probably won't. The state record, I think, is achievable. I don't know about a world record. Those are just kind of dumb luck, I think. I just got them the other day because I have some big swim tails that didn't come with hooks. And I think you could rig up a big paddle tail, same exact way. Horta, bro, why you bullying the fish? I just want to take their picture. Dream is a giant amberjack or a big bull saltwater fish like that. Yeah, I haven't fished in saltwater in so long. There's so much crazy crap you can pull out of the ocean. While it would be fun, I'm still trying to learn how to catch the freshwater fish of a billion different species. That'd be fun though. No, I'd like to set a few state records here in Montana. I think it's achievable. I got hopefully at least, you know, a decade or two left before I keel. I think in that amount of time, for as much as I fish, there's a very real possibility that I could pull still. Now I gave up on the pink bait. We just switched to I'm throwing a big old spinner now, a redunculous spinner. Shore jigging or deep sea jigging. Our cute little pink friend did not. He didn't work out. So we switched to one of my musky lures. We're desperate at this point. We got a little over an hour to put something in the boat, and I want something chunky. Why on earth would I join the Amish? What are you even on about, Horda? We don't really have Amish here in Montana. We do have a large population of Hutterites, which are similar to the Amish. And then we have Mennonites, which are basically the Amish, but not. They're really closely related to the Amish. But no, I have no desire to join the Amish, my friend. Not sure why anybody would do that. You can join the Amish. Let us know how it works out for you. Report back. I'm good though. How did I pick up some weeds or what? Feeling a little heavy here. Thought I must have picked up a swamp thing over here. What is this? Why are you so heavy? Oh yeah. There we go. First catch of the day. what we like to call bullshit. This is good sized bullshit. It's not a little bullshit. I've caught bigger bullshit though, definitely. This is a good sized one though. All right. Try this again. Can you make salad out of this? You could. I don't want to eat it. So what's up, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? I'm over here being slightly stupid, losing my mind because we're not catching any fish. Porta's talking like a crazy person. You can crank it fast enough, the bait goes sideways. My hubby catches them a lot on those. Crank it fast enough, the bait goes sideways. Yeah. Yeah, I've had decent luck with pike in these in the past. I don't throw them all that often. Again, these are normally what I throw for tiger musky. But a lot of the same gear, the tiger musky lures cross over well for pike. I tend to have a really slow retrieve on them though. Blake Sanders said hi. Welcome to the stream, Blake Sanders. How you doing? When vegans fish, they actually want to catch that, bro. I've never heard of a vegan fishing, but maybe. I guess that could be a thing. Ball, fishy, fishy. Happy to hear that, Blake. What he uses a lighter one, 1/4 ounce or 3/16. Yeah, I don't know offhand what this is. I think it's like a 3/4 ounce. Yeah, it's either a 3/4 or a 1 ounce. That's chonky. Let off once or twice for a second so the skirt pops off more. That makes sense. So many fish under the boat. Why does nothing want to eat? So that's what drives me crazy about this spot. It's more fish mark here than almost anywhere else that I fish, and they don't bite. It drives me nuts. I don't get it. I really need to start running. I don't know if the water's clear enough. I need to bust out the underwater cam and see what the hell's going on here. It might be too murky to see much. Try to fake worm, just let it sit and wiggle, like Texas. I haven't yet. No, we haven't tried anything super simple like that. I was honestly thinking of going back over into the shallows and throwing a frickin' bobber on with a leech and just chilling. Josiah, welcome back to the stream. That's how I catch my bass. I don't know about pike or any of those. I'm sure pike would bite on it, on the same thing. We're right over a big hole right now. I'm just gonna drop her down to the bottom and erratically bring her back up. Not a damn thing, Josiah. Nothing. Zip, zilch, nada. It has not been a productive day at all. Fishing Catfish, I'm back with showering and eating. Welcome back, Fishing Catfish. Linux Gamer, do you like chatterbait? Yeah, chatterbait is one of my favorite lures to throw. I do have a few of them in the tackle box. What are you using right now? We're using a chunky spinner, one of my musky lures. I'll show you in a sec here. This guy. About a 1 ounce jig head. Oh, here comes the sun. Nice. Clouds are parting. Yeah, it's quite oversized for this small pole, but we're running it anyway. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is I normally bust this out for when I'm tiger musky fishing. Not one that I would normally fish pike with, but if musky will eat it, I'm sure pike will too. We'll throw this for a few more minutes, then we'll switch her up. We're gonna do rapid changes of lures here, I think, for this last hour. See if we can get them to bite on something. Lure swap time. Alright, we're gonna do some musky ma'am. I think they call this a double Cowgirl Junior or some stupid shit. Basically a cowbell with Christmas decoration attached to it. Some Christmas tree garland. Merry Christmas! Again, one of my musky lures. Rude, welcome back to the stream. Oh, it was a wonderful cast. Lovely. There we go, that's a cast. Bubblies. That's a big fish right there. Come here. Come here, you fat bastard. Damn it. Where'd you go? We almost hung that one from the bridge. That was not good. These are expensive. I don't want to lose it. Oh, it zips through the water. Was that like a shiny green color? Yeah, it's like green and silver and gold, I think. Good color. Really is. It should attract shit from a long ways away. Josiah, sorry, I gotta go. You be live tomorrow, I'll probably be in it. I may be live tomorrow. I got a bunch of work I gotta take care of first, but we'll see. If I am live tomorrow, it'll probably be from the local pond, though. We won't be bringing the boat back down here. Yep, I'm in Montana. Thanks, Fishing Catfish. We're in central Montana. This is right by downtown Great Falls, Montana. We're on the Missouri River. Alabama, and it's very, very hot up here. Yeah, it was pretty toasty earlier in the day. When we got here today, about, I don't know, 2 in the afternoon or so, it was pushing 90 degrees. Someone pulled up a 126-pound blue cat out of the Missouri River yesterday. Good God. That is a behemoth. What state, do you know? Missouri River runs through freaking a dozen plus different states. Don't know, you'll have to check on states now. Alright. Yeah, just curious. Definitely Montana. Alright, lure swap time. Oops. We're doing it. The old F-18 floating Rapala's coming out to play. 7.5-inch brown trout. sorry, it's 86 pound St. Louis, with the other 126 pound cat was caught on the Mississippi River. Heck yeah. Yeah, our catfish don't get that big here in Montana. Why are you swimming stupid? Knock it off. A big old cat like that'd be fun as heck to catch. Is that how you get it to swim right? I'll have to tell next. I don't know, I figure it can't hurt, right? Sometimes you just gotta verbally abuse your lures. It's the way to do it. Sometimes you gotta sweet talk them. Sometimes they need to be verbally abused, you know? You gotta do what you gotta do. Ooh, come on, bubblies. Get over here. Whatever works, damn straight. But you won't know if you don't try, right? Alpha, welcome to the stream. Oh shit, what you fishing for? What lures are you using for bass? We're fishing for pike or walleye right now. I'm using a Rapala original floater minnow. It's the F18, 7.5 inches, I believe. Brown trout color. We're fishing for pike. We're not bass fishing. We're after big toothy monsters. We're trying to catch fish that'll eat your bass like snacks. Got a nice 18-inch walleye last month, but never a pike. Right on. Yeah, there's both big pike and big walleye in here. If we can get them to come out and play. We caught a pretty decent one last night. 8 pounds. It was 31 inches. There's the bubblies that I'm looking for. Get over here. Come on, come on, come on. That's a pike right there. Hi, buddy. Oh. Dang it. Brad Fishing, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? He's just bubbling away over there. Come on, eat it. You can bubble later. We got shit to do. Let's see this. Oh, twist. I don't know if you guys can see the boil coming up right there. That's what the pike do around here. Throw up just streams of bubbles, and you'll see them coming up towards the top. I lost him. It's over there somewhere. Been over there for a few minutes doing it. There's the bubbles, right there. We're tangling though. Get off of there. Little shit. Jerk it instead. Make it look like a wounded fish. No, he's just over there having a little bubble party. Oh, it is. It's getting beautiful right now. Right now is my favorite part. Favorite time of the day. Right before dusk. Eat it. I see you. All right, he doesn't like this one. All right, jump back real quick to our original Bandit 100. Oh man, this is the stupid one. I don't know what's wrong with this one. There we go. Alright, he's still there. Dark there for like an hour. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with the mic earlier. Every time I would turn the mic off and turn it back on, the YouTube stream would show the mic up, you know, the volume on it, the battery level. And it seemed like nothing I did would make YouTube actually use the mic. I honestly think it was a problem on YouTube side. Maybe not, I don't know. Made me kill the damn stream and come back. I don't know. welcome to those joining the stream. We're still trying to get a nice big pike out of here. Rain finally quit. Sun's coming back out. Looks absolutely gorgeous out right now. I'm about to pull up anchor here and we're gonna switch to a slightly different spot. In fact, I think we're gonna drift now. I'm gonna pull up around the edge of this bridge and we'll drift and cast along the shallows of the bank. The rain just quit, so there should be quite a bit of fish activity right now. Seems like after the rain settles, it kicks up a bunch of stuff, which triggers fish to come out and play. But I'm gonna pull up anchor here. We're gonna move over to the edge of the bridge here and then we'll drift. William, welcome to the stream. It should be prime, which this whole day should have been prime. It's been beautiful, other than the little bit of rain we had. William, welcome to the stream. Broxton, GA Fishing, welcome to the stream. We're fishing for Northern Pike and Walleye. This big boilie here is driving me nuts. I know it's a pike. Just coming to get around this piling. A 10-pound bass and an 8-pound bass. Those are some chunky bass. Congratulations. Caught a 24-pound pike before. It was like a crocodile. Heck yeah. No, we can't use live bait here. It's not allowed in central Montana. I'm using right now just a small shallow diving crankbait. It's this guy right here. Ooh. It's called a Bandit 100. Yeah, we're in central Montana. Sorry, I haven't been reading the messages. Kurt Cobain under the bridge. Robert Coleman, welcome to the stream. Fish and Catfish, welcome back. Appreciate those thumbs up and smileys and all that stuff. We're just kind of drifting right now. We got about an hour or so left of light, and we're just gonna drift downstream and cast in the shallow, see if we could pull a pike out. It should be prime time for them to be feeding right now. We just had a fairly strong rain for about an hour, so it's kicked up a whole bunch of stuff in the water. Just before dark, absolutely sickness for live bait pike mission. Yeah, unfortunately it's me. We don't have live bait isn't allowed in central Montana. Fishing. I had to get my fishing stuff ready for tomorrow, but I'm back now. Welcome back. Oh shit! Nobody saw that. That never happened. How much longer are you streaming? It is currently 8:41. Last night the sun set and we kind of ran out of darkness just before 10. So I'd like to get the boat to the boat dock before 10, so an hour or so. Yeah, it's me. It's sad that we don't get to use the live bait. We can use cut bait, but we're not able to use live bait. We're using a bright lure for that water. We're using a pearl white with red eyes. It's pretty dirty water here. Be a sneaky ninja. Nah, it ain't worth it. You gotta follow the laws, the regulations. It's not worth trying to cheat and getting caught. They take, oh good lord. I just beamed my lure off of the bridge, the piling, and then the bridge again. Oh, are you still in one piece? Appears to be so. Alright. This river is slightly annoying me right now. It's flowing backwards. Bear with me for one moment. We're going to kick the motor on and just get past this piling, and hopefully it'll float us in the right direction. Oh, and it's going to get loud for just a sec. Topwater duck lures, huh? I have one. I've never caught anything off of it, though. Jaws when you get it to take. Topwater lures in general are so fun. Shallow water. That motor, an old Johnson. Yep, old 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower 2-stroke. It's me. Hope you're having a good trip anyway. I appreciate it. I always have a blast. Even if I'm not catching fish, I'm having fun. Seen a lot of figure 8 hookups recently, big pike, man. Yeah, if I could get something to follow me in. We did this spot last night, same spot right here. We caught a, wasn't a monster, 31 inches and 8.2 pounds. Good sized pike. And the same spot a couple of years ago, I did catch a monster, a 42 inch and 22 pounder. There's big ones in here. You can get them to come out and play. Baby pike that. Yeah, well, we had a baby pike yesterday, and he was like EA big and EA big around. I think cutest pike I've ever seen. Little slime noodle. Was this when the pike screamed? Was that on the wolf? Yes. Yeah. I'm trying to think what the hell lure that was. I think it was the floating Rapala pike. Welcome back. Welcome to the stream, Ian. Gray Too Real, welcome to the stream. Hope everybody's having a wonderful evening. We're out here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, he's barely hooked. Barely hooked. Come on. Don't. Oh, shit. Come on. Sorry, guys. Well, he was a baby. I mean, he was about 20 inches. Just barely hooked in the edge of the mouth. He whipped and got off. Damn it. I tried. It was so small I didn't want to grab the net for it, and I tried just lifting it onto the boat, and it was just barely caught by the edge of the lip, and it ripped right through. Oh, stinking fish. That one wasn't very impressive anyway. Did you guys, I couldn't tell where the camera was pointing. Did you guys see that at all as I got it out of the water, or no? Almost at my count. I have no idea what angle you guys were at, if you could see anything or not. We almost had her in the boat. No. Ah, dang it. Well, again, it's right about now is usually when the bite starts to pick up. We're at, just before dusk. It just rained. We might snag into something, hopefully bigger. There's some good sized ones down here. Shame you guys did. I almost had it above the edge of the boat. You guys almost got a glimpse at it. But at least we had something on the line. That's the first one today that, more than just smacking at the side of it, it was actually hooked. Really light colored pike. Normally they're darker than that here. He was like more yellowy. Hi, M. Cuber, welcome to the stream. Walleye are Xander, aren't they? No, walleye and Xander are two different species. What state are you in? Is walleye open year round? We're in central Montana, and yeah, walleye fishing's open year round here. All species are year round here. Our seasons don't open and close. All year is fishing season here in Montana. The regulations do change slightly in the winter. They're more relaxed. You can have more poles in the water. They allow what the hell is it called? What am I trying to say here? They allow spear guns. They allow what the hell are the pokey things on a stick? Piking them? It's not pike. It's anyways, I don't need. Year round, and the regulations are relaxed in the winter. We do have some closures in the summer on certain water bodies. They call it hoot owl restrictions. If we have a series of 3 or more days that the water temperature is above, I think it's like 73 degrees, they have temporary closures on certain water bodies. But other than that, now you can fish all year round here, any species. Bass Fishing TV, I'm back, and I changed my logo to my channel. Right on. It looks nice. Bass Fishing TV, you have a nice channel, man. I was checking it out last night when I added you. You have, I didn't watch a whole lot of your content, but I do like your thumbnails. You have good titles. You got a hell of a lot more views on your shorts and your videos than I have on any of mine. You're doing something right. Keep it up, man. Outdoor Chris said hi. Welcome to the stream, Outdoor Chris. How you doing? Dang it, we lost a fish. It was not an impressive fish by any means, but I wanted to catch a pike for you guys. He snatched the lure right at the edge of the boat. Just barely hooked. And that's actually the same damn spot that I caught the one from yesterday. Right at the, the shallows beneath this tree over here. Yeah, we're just drifting right now. What's up, bro? How's the fishing? Hey, Mark. Welcome to the stream. The fishing has not been great today. We did just hook up on our first pike. We had him almost as a boat, and it was just barely hooked. He ripped the lip right as I was trying to lift it onto the boat. It was too small to mess with the net. So I tried gently. Oop, that was a bite. We tried gently lifting it onto the boat, and he head shook and ripped his damn lip off. At least I don't have the lip still on my hook. It fell off. There was a chunk of a lip on there. Started a few months ago, didn't think I'll get much views, but it turns out differently. You're in the perfect niche for YouTube. Bass fishing is I think one of the most popular types of fishing across the platform. I think you make decent thumbnails, decent catchy video titles. Again, I didn't watch a lot of the actual content to see how that was, but just at a glance, very good channel. Oh, it's so shallow here. Oh, appreciate all those thumbs up, guys. Thank you. If you like the content, if you're enjoying the stream, don't be shy. Hit that subscribe button. Go check out some of the videos. Leave some comments. Tell me you love it. Tell me you hate it. Just engage with it. I do have some pretty cool content. The underwater video content, I think, is my favorite so far. I don't have a whole lot of it posted, but there will be a bunch more coming in the future. Recent short got 9.7K views. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Teen Angel wondering same thing. Why the bead on your leader? Every stream I get that question. So it serves three purposes. Initially it's an attractant. Any colored bead, anything colorful moving through the water will attract fish. So that's purpose one. It protects your knot from being damaged by the end of your pole. And the most important, it protects the end of your pole from being damaged by the eye on your swivel. So 3 purposes, that's what the bead is. Not absolutely necessary, but you'll notice every one of my poles has got a green one, an orange one, sometimes I run white ones. I've had a couple of poles in the past where, you're not paying attention and reel your line in and get the eye of your swivel stuck in the damn eye of, the last loop in your pole, and you can bend them, you can damage them. It's just a quick, easy thing to add that'll protect the tip of your pole, and it acts as an attractant. It'll bring fish in. Bass Fishing TV. When I first found this channel, I knew I found good fishing channel. I subbed right away, right on Bass Fishing TV. I appreciate that. I try. My video content's not the greatest so far. I am super new to editing videos. I mean, my channel, I've only been live for 2 months now. This is our first, I think today will be our official end of first month streaming. We crossed the 500 sub mark yesterday. Thank you guys. We're on the slow crawl towards 1,000. That's our next milestone. South Park dynamite fishing springs to mind. No, we don't do that. Sick kudos, bro, that's unique. Thank you, Ian. That sucks, I don't use swivels now or snap clips. Yeah, a lot of you bass fishermen are purists. You want to tie directly on to everything, and if you want to do that every time you switch lures, more power to you. I like being versatile. I know from my underwater video content that most of the fish I'm fishing for, they ain't line shy. They don't care if there's a little extra tackle here and there. You get a little bit more weedy sometimes, but the reality is the versatility of it, the quickness that allows me to switch things out, it outweighs any drawbacks that the clip or swivel may bring into the equation, at least in my opinion. I run swivels on every rig, doesn't matter whether it actually needs it or not. And I run clips on every rig, doesn't matter whether I actually need it or not. It's just habit, it's how I've always fished, and I don't think anybody's ever gonna break me of that habit. Whether it's a good habit or a bad habit to have, it is my habit. Gooba, yo, catch anything? We just had a little pike. It was probably about 19-20 inches that we got to the side of the boat, and as I tried to lift it on, it was barely hooked. It ripped right through the lip, and she went straight back into the water. But that's it so far. Yeah, I feel like they attract the fish more than the lure, but I do understand it's easier to change lures. Oh, there's another nibble. Now, you watch the underwater video content, they'll swim right past all your bullshit. They're biting the camera, Fish aren't very smart, especially the aggressive fish like this. If you're doing a fairly erratic retrieve, they're just worried about trying to catch it and get it in their mouth so they can see what it is. I went to Ohio and only caught about 3-pound channel catfish. That's perfect eater size. 2 3-pound channel cat I love to keep. They're one of my favorite fish to eat. Anything bigger than 3 pounds is too big for me to keep in most cases. They start developing a lot of belly fat and a layer of fat around the sides. They're way more of a pain in the butt to clean because you don't want to eat that fat. It's pretty gnarly. It's where you get the oily, fishy taste from in a channel cat. And it's a big enough channel cat, they fight pretty well. That's a fun fish to catch. Hannah Umlaud. Hey Hannah, welcome to the stream. You've never eaten catfish, is it any good? Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite fish to eat. Again, don't harvest, 3 pounds is about 2 to 3 pounds is what I usually keep. I've eaten 5-pounders. They're all right. 10-pounders, not as good. 15-pounders, they're pretty gross. But yeah, as long as it's important. I find with any fish, bleed them. I know some people say, oh, that's inhumane, or oh, it doesn't do any difference, or oh, you just soak it in buttermilk afterwards. No. If you want to eat the fish and you want the fish to not taste super fishy, super gamey, super swampy, whatever, bleed it. Cut right between you have the gills on both sides, and you have basically the jugular vein, the throat. Cut, put the tip of your knife or scissors right under and clip all the way through. So your head is basically separated from the rest of the body, and it'll squirt blood. Throw them back on your stringer, throw them in the water for 5-10 minutes. And then take them out of the water, gut them before you throw them in the cooler. Don't bring them home full of guts. Again, the quicker you can get them clean and all that stuff out of there, they don't rot. And then it's important, one of the biggest things that I've found that leads to fish being super fishy tasting is they call it the bloodline or the lateral line. It runs right along the side of their body. And from what I understand, when a fish consumes things like heavy metals, toxins, things that the body can't expel or doesn't know what to do with, they store it in that bloodline. So that's where most of your ickies, your heavy metals and nasty stuff in the fish is stored. So when you're skinning them, you'll notice that there will be a thin layer of darker meat on the sides. Get rid of it. Yes, you're wasting a little bit of meat, but it's just a thin line, and it will drastically improve the taste of the fish. But follow those steps and you'll have a much better eating fish. It doesn't matter what species. But with catfish in particular, that 2 to 3 pound range, they don't really have a lot of belly fat on them. Anything bigger than that, and they develop a substantial, yellowy, a thicker, it looks different than the meat. Some people leave it on and they cook it. It tastes terrible to me. If you get rid of it, it'll improve the flavor. And again, keeping the smaller ones makes it so you don't have a lot of that to deal with. Today was my second time fishing. Even though I didn't catch anything again, my experience was much better. Glad to hear that, Puma. Yeah, fishing, there's the saying, it's why they call it fishing, not catching. You're not going to catch something every time you go out, and that's okay, It's a hobby that it takes some time to learn, it takes some practice, and there's always a big factor is luck. There's a lot of skill involved, don't get me wrong. You got to know what you're doing to a certain extent, but even then, luck plays a lot into it. So just keep at it, and most importantly, have fun, enjoy yourself. We got to move here. I'm about to run into a boat dock over here. It's me, found a cool channel here. Hey, I appreciate that. I'm happy you're enjoying the stream, enjoying the content. We do stream a few times a week. I try and get on. I fish a lot. When I can fish, I fish. we have cold, long winters here in Montana, and I don't get to fish as much as I would like to. So during the months where it's nice and I can get out, I'll go out 3, 4, 5 times a week sometimes. I'd fish every night if I could. But we got a little while longer we can fish. We're just kind of drifting back towards, downstream towards the boat dock. Maybe we can get another pike to come and play. That happened last night too, right before I got off stream. We had one fish hop on, and I was like, yay, outro fish. And he hopped up, he went back in the water and was gone. Damn it. I gotta back up again. There's all these boat docks here. You see. Ooh, don't run into the boat docks. That is an ugly old boat. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too picky. Yeah, I didn't expect to catch any fish on Friday, but I got 4 bass, but they popped off. Yeah, it happens. And again, that's part of that is, you know, you're not reeling in right. You're letting slack at, you know, inopportune moments. You're reeling too hard, too fast, and sometimes it's just pure bad luck. It happens. Happens to the best of us. You say, damn it, and you throw your line back in and you catch another one. But that's what we're doing right now. We need one more fish. One more fish to end the stream with. That boat is badass. It's not that bad. I'm just hating. I just think it's ugly. You guys use any fishing apps? I do. I use FishBrain, which I'm slightly irritated with at the moment. I love FishBrain. I always talk up FishBrain. FishBrain in the last week is kind of irritating me, and it's purely because they seem to be filtering every post I make that I mention my YouTube channel on. Nowhere in their terms of service does it say anywhere that I cannot advertise a third-party site. I'm not spamming people. I'm simply including in the comment of every catch, like when I'm streaming right now. Hey, I'm live on FishBrain. Come check me out. This is what we just caught on stream. Every time I post something like that, it posts to my page. I see it, but my followers never get a message. I go to my public profile, you know, on the website or through somebody else's account, and those posts, it's just like, it's as if I never posted it at all. And I don't know if it's because, again, they don't want third-party advertising, which they don't state anywhere in the terms of service that I can't, or if some butthole reported reported the posts because my channel name is Wanna See My Rod. I don't know. But yeah, so I have like 20 of my most recent posts that I made on there. Nobody can see but me, which was kind of irritating. Great app though, I do like it. Super handy. I've been using it for years. I have a ton of posts on there. Anything interesting that I catch, I like to post on there. I want to catch a muskie. Yeah, I've been after a tiger muskie here in Montana for a few years. I had one at the boat last year. It was about a 30-incher. Not a monster, but a very good sized one. Is that a worm? How did I just get a worm on my hook? No, never mind, that's seaweed. That's interesting. But yeah, if you guys do use FishBrain, look me up on there. It's at Vox, V-O-X. It's a handy app. There's a free version. You don't have to pay for it. To use some of the more advanced features, you do have to pay a monthly or a yearly fee, which I do. I subscribe to it. I found it useful enough that the few bucks a month that it costs is well worth it in my opinion. But I'm irritated with the app right now. I don't know why they're hiding my content from my subscribers. I have a sneaking suspicion some butthole reported my channel because they don't like my YouTube channel name. I have no way to back that up. That's just my suspicion. So what's for dinner tonight? I don't know. I'm kind of hungry. I haven't eaten since breakfast. I had freaking McDonald's breakfast for breakfast, which is usually pretty terrible. Not great. But I was hungry and I was lazy, and that's what I had. Oh, bear with me a minute here, guys. I got slight tangle going on here. As a beginner, should I stick with my basic stick worm bait and power bait, or give live bait a chance? If live bait's legal where you live, and you have a bait trap, you can easily catch it yourself and you don't have to go spend a fortune buying live bait from somewhere. Live bait, 9 times out of 10, is always going to outfish an artificial bait. But there's nothing wrong with using artificial. Here in central Montana, I can't use live bait, so I am stuck with artificial bait. I wish I could use live bait. Pike fishing would be wonderful if I could use live bait. Walleye fishing would be wonderful if I could use live bait. But it's good to get experience with all of it. The whole thing about fishing is you got to be versatile. If what you're throwing right now ain't working, switch it up. If that ain't working, switch it up. Ooh, 61 thumbs up. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Puma, I'm in California, still learning. Goobs, but if you want flathead, use live bait. Catfish are one of those species, they'll eat almost anything. Hot dogs, cheese sticks, bread, worms. I use cut bait for catfish. We use white sucker or creek chub, lake chub. There's all sorts of different things that'll work with catfish. It's extremely exciting with live bait and bobbers. I think fishermen are a crazy bunch of dreamers. Yeah, catfish are one of them things you kind of just dig through your fridge. You're like, this looks like it's going bad. We can take that and use that as bait. And, no, I didn't like this. Let's bring that for bait. They're not picky usually, and you'd be surprised at the things you can get catfish to bite on. Some of the grossest, nastiest things that I wouldn't put it in my mouth. That they love it. Glad I found this channel. Good people here. Yeah, there's a good group of people here. The fishing community in general on YouTube is top notch. There are very few fishing channels that I found that don't have a good group of people in it. And oftentimes you'll see a lot of the same faces, a lot of the same names. I hang out in so many different people's channels. Not as much as I would like to, because I prefer fishing, but when I'm not fishing, usually have it somebody's, sometimes more than one person's fishing channel open. All right, come on, fish. We need an outro fish. Let's do this. I don't care if it's a walleye, I don't care if it's a pike. One of you guys get on my hook. Pronto. Stepping on my tackle boxes here. But we've had a wonderful day out here fishing. I've had a blast. I hope y'all have enjoyed hanging out and watching me. Sorry we didn't catch more fish. That happens though. We don't always catch fish as much as we would like to. Sometimes we only catch little fish. It's all right. You just gotta have fun. Keep trying. That is a cool looking tree hanging up over the water there. I like it. I might have to revisit that tree. That tree looks like it holds some fish. That's what I look for when I'm fishing the shallows, whether it be for bass or pike, anything that's got a nice overhang like that, branches in the water. There's some fish that live under that. Quite likely a big predatory fish too. We'll cast at that a few times. Yep, we got a little bit of rain and sprinklies coming back. Brush piles like that too are good to cast at. You just got to be careful because oftentimes there's lots of things to tangle your lure on. I like to get fairly close to it. I'm not like all bass fishermen that are like, I need to get up in that. I'm like, you know, we'll get close to it. I lose enough lures already. I don't need to gift any lures to the tree branch god if I can help it. Pike and a lot of predatory fish, they have really good eyesight. You don't need to drop it in their lap for them to bite at it. You just need to get it in their general vicinity and cause a commotion. Tomorrow. Gotta go, dudes. See you again tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you stopping by. Always welcome to come back and hang out. We might be live tomorrow. I've streamed a ton these last 2 days. I got a 12-hour stream yesterday and we're pushing, I don't know, 8 hours today. And I do have work tomorrow. We might do an evening stream tomorrow at the local pond. We might do a dink challenge, see who can catch the smallest fish or who can catch the fish on the dumbest thing. Or we might just hang out and fish. I don't like snagging my lures, I just like decorating the water. I don't know, y'all bass fishermen, y'all have to do trick shots and skip shit across the water, and I'm gonna go under the dock and over the dog, and it's like playing what's that game with basketball, horse? You like try and make your shit as complicated as humanly possible so nobody could ever possibly repeat it, and only then is it cool. I ain't about that. I just lob her out, pull her back in, see if there's a fish on the end. It's not rocket science. We don't need to be too fancy with things. Probably won't be posting for a while. I'm going camping and I can't take my phone. It's 11:18 for me. I gotta get off. Got football practice tomorrow. Peace. I might come back later. All right, Gooba. Have a good night. Bass fishing. You can't take your phone camping? Why? I mean, I guess it makes sense. You should be connecting with nature and not. Oh God, is that That's the boat from last night, I think. That was the dude. We were sitting at the boat dock at like 2 a.m. and they roll up and it's a kid and his dad and they're like, we're going out bow fishing for carp. You want to come? I gotta appreciate the offer, but I'm just chilling here fishing. But I think that's the same little boat again. He's got freaking lights all over it. It's the tiniest John boat I've ever seen in my life. A 10-foot flat bottom John boat. I didn't even know that was a thing. Must be far north to be daylight. Yeah, we're at central Montana. We're up pretty high elevations, Rocky Mountains, and it's northern Montana, so we're practically Canada up here. Every stream, people are like, how the hell is it so bright there still? It's been dark in California for an hour. I don't know, we're at a high elevation. It's special. I'm special. I don't know what to tell you. It's still bright out. Enjoy it. Man, that bird, oh, it's a bald eagle. Cool. He's skimming the surface of the water, picking stuff up. Oh, those guys, don't go past the train bridge. Y'all are gonna get stuck. I told them that yesterday. Don't go that way. There's a train bridge over here on the other side. Yeah, you can't really see it. Never mind. There's a train bridge over yonder, and like it gets super shallow, and we're in the Missouri River. There's a good current. It don't look like it. This is pretty fast moving water. There's a bunch of undercurrents, eddies. But anyways, the train bridge there, the water it's like 6 inches. I mean, it's super shallow, maybe a foot in places. And he's like, yeah, I'm running a John boat. I can go through that super shallow shit. I'm like, yeah, but you ain't never gonna get back. You can go that way, but it's a one-way ticket. You better call your buddy to drive your truck down to, the next spot you think you can pull your boat out. He's going down there. Oh, sometimes people just don't listen. I was trying to help you out. Trying to help you out. Max Blake, welcome to the stream. You see that? Must be far enough. Oh, I'm repeating myself now. Gary farts, you have diarrhea of the mouth, my friend. We don't need to hear about it. Well, I do have a jet boat, but the thing is even a jet boat, you're still, your jet, the foot on it, you're sticking down. You're not floating at the surface of the water. You're sticking down 6 to 8 inches plus. The draft on your boat, on most boats, is at least that deep. And weeds collect in the shallows there because it's shallow, and there's rocks and sticks and jagged shit sticking up. It'll clog your jet up. I'm telling you, you go that way, it's a one-way ticket. You're not making it back up. He's gonna find this out the hard way because he is now past that bridge. I've taken this little John boat in some really super shallow water, and you can get in there. But again, it's usually in ponds, reservoirs, not rivers like this where there's stream and weeds and shit collecting. In fact, I'm almost at the point of no return here. I'm gonna kick the engine on and kick over towards the boat dock here. Well, they have those motors that, like, you have the handle on the back and like you lift it and like the whole prop comes up out of the water. You could maybe do that. But again, the jet boat, you got to suck up enough water to be able to propel you, and you're going against a strong current in super shallow, weedy water. It's, I don't know, good luck. I don't know. You might be able to get back. I would bet against you, though, and I would probably win. You want to come and try it? I got $100 that says you ain't coming back. I'll happily pay you if you scoot your ass back up this way, though. I don't think it's happening, though. But we're getting into the super shallow here, Rocky. I gotta head across the river. You're over here towards the boat dock. Colton, I broke my rod last week while pike fishing in Fort Benton. Oh shit, Colton, yeah, that's right. You're in Montana. Fort Benton is gorgeous area for pike fishing. I'm so pissed off. When I moved back to Montana, I put in an offer that was initially accepted on 78 acres of river frontage right on the Missouri, right north of Fort Benton. It was going to be paradise. I was gonna retire there. I was gonna fish in my backyard. And the buttholes pulled my offer and sold it for less money to their friend who was a fishing guide, because the guy who was selling it was a fishing guy. So he basically rescinded the acceptance of my offer and sold it to his buddy for a fraction of what I offered to pay him for it. But anyways, irrelevant. Fort Benton, wonderful area. There are humongous pike in there. The river current there, I've never put my boat in there. I did put a buddy of mine put his boat in and took me to the property because it's inaccessible by road. But yeah, I've seen some absolute honking pike come out of there. Big ass catfish. That area, Fort Benton Loma, is primo. That is some of the best fishing in this general vicinity. At hand throttle, it went at least 5 feet. Yeah, I don't know, is that what they're called? They're the ones, like, I guess there are people that, you know, instead of having your steering wheel, you steer it from the back, but I'm talking about, like, they come with, it's like a 5 foot, 6 foot, 7 foot prop extension. You often see people in the swamps use them, and like, you literally lift it, and like the whole prop comes up out in the water, like they'll hop over logs, and then they put their prop back in. I see people around Fort Benton. In fact, there's a dude on Fishbrain that him and his dad run one down there. What the hell is his name? I forget what his name is. It doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, something like that you might be able to, you know, just skimming it on the top of the water. I think you'd still probably end up shearing a pin off. You caught your PB carp. Yeah, there's anything that's in the Missouri is there, and it's big down there. Dev Dog, how you doing? Any fish? Thanks for hanging out, joining us. We had one small pike. We got it to the edge of the boat. It was barely gripped. I got it just about to clear the edge of the boat, and he shook his head and got away. That's the only fish we've had today. Trout Run, Pennsylvania. Good luck. Hey, GC Adam. Heatherland Squirrel. Welcome back to the stream, Heather. How you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. We didn't catch anything today, but I had a blast fishing. We're just heading back to the boat dock right now. We're losing light. It looks a lot lighter on the camera than it is in reality. It's dusk right now. I can still see the boat dock. Last night we came in about half an hour later than right now, and I'm like, is that the boat dock? Is that the boat dock? I don't like fishing like that. I don't have any lights on my boat yet. How big was your PB carp? My PB that I've landed is 18.5. I had a 50-pounder on the bank last year, though. It still sickens me thinking about losing that fish. State record fish lost. Make me so sad. It's dark here. Read my last message and see if you agree with me. Max, I'm just pulling up to the boat dock here. Let me get attached to the boat dock, and then I'll scroll up and try and find your comment. No, you're fine. You're fine. We are at the boat dock. And again, I would like to thank all of you for coming and hanging out with me and rooting me on while I try and catch some fish. Hope you guys have all had a fun time hanging out. Again, we do stream fairly often. Come back, check us out. We do usually catch some fish. Not every time, but usually. But I appreciate you guys hanging out, keeping me company. Let's see here, Max, I'm scrolling up. Max, what did you say? Selling my mobile home for $500K and moving to Sandpoint, Montana. Sandpoint. Sounds really familiar. Max, I am not 100% certain where Sandpoint is. What's that by? Where's Sand? Man, that sky looks pretty. Look at that. That's a pretty sunset here. Where's Sandpoint? What's it by? Do you know? Well, I'm chatting here with you. I'm gonna start packing some things away on the boat. Get them put away. Why is it train being belligerent right now? That seems completely unnecessary to blow your horn for like 30 seconds straight. Lake Pendleton. Okay, that's a beautiful area. I'll try and come back next time. Beautiful sunset. Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. Feel free to subscribe. We do stream fairly often. I like to try and fish different areas, ponds, rivers, reservoirs. Here in the near future, I'm thinking about possibly buying a Starlink Mini so I can take you guys to more places. That is a problem that I've run into here in rural Montana, is that we do not get good cell reception in most of the good fishing spots. So it's you either go to a good fishing spot and don't stream, or you stream at a not so good fishing spot. Fortunately, this spot here, it's not great. We're right down in an urban area. There's always boat activity. But I guess I've said a few times this stream, some of the biggest fish I've ever caught in my life came right out of here, right in this general area. You going bank fishing when you get in? I might. I did bring extra batteries today, so I do have lights. We could bank fish for a little bit. Depends on how long it takes me to get my boat cleaned up and back on shore. So I should stop dawdling here and get it back in, and we could fish off the dock here for a little bit. I need a drink. I am parched. I don't think I've drank anything in a few hours. My Mountain Dew's been rolling around on the boat floor here. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. When will I be live next? Maybe tomorrow evening, probably Tuesday evening though, for sure. Now, it depends on how I feel after work tomorrow. I've been... Oh, fucking bugs. We've been fishing a lot lately, which I do love. For me, it's the voice, talking to you guys constantly. Streamed for 12 hours yesterday, 8 hours today, and my voice is rough. So if my throat's feeling better tomorrow, I will probably stream during the evening. If not, it'll probably be Tuesday evening. Max Blade, y'all got gar up there. Eastern Montana, yes. There are a few water bodies in eastern Montana that have short-nosed gar. I don't think they're in western or central Montana, though. I don't think we have any gar. I'm probably going to be moved by next month. I got my house buyers ready. Well, for 500K, if that's what you're selling your house for, you should be able to find a really nice starter house, maybe even some acreage for that, and have some money to put back in your pocket. Real estate in most of the areas around here, especially Sandpoint, it's probably rural. You can probably get a really nice place for under a couple $100K. All right, let's finish getting Put away here. Oh, sorry for the noise, guys. Metal on metal is a little loud. Oh God, ouch, hurts my ears. Bear with me for a moment here, guys. I'm just stashing some stuff away and I'll come back and chat with you. Oh. Put up the transducer. These other tackle boxes away. Get in there. Get in your hole. Oh, good God. Alright, out of the way. Make me do it the hard way. I got a fishing rig to catch them. Another question, you'll get severe weather up here. We do, yeah. We don't typically get, you know, tornadoes or earthquakes. There is a fire season. There are a lot of fires that are here as well as in Canada, so you get the smoke. Windy. Montana is one of the windiest freaking places on the planet, depending on where in Montana you are. And the winters are... It's not just winter, it doesn't just get cold, it gets frigid. Where are you moving from? You probably never experienced cold like there is cold in Montana. It gets so cold here it hurts to go outside at times. You know, you get a day that it's like -40 and then windy, and it feels like, you know, the wind chill factor is, you know, -70, -80. You're outside for more than a few minutes and, you know, any exposed skin starts getting frostbite. It hurts. When it's cold, like people say, oh, I feel the cold in my bones. You feel the cold in your bones. It's cold. And the winters are long. You get 3 to 4 months out of the year that it's basically, you know, winter does not even begin to describe how cold and nasty it is. So be prepared for harsh winters. A lot of people love it though. There's a lot of, you know, winter sports you can do, snowmobiling, skiing. I used to really be into snowboarding. I don't really do it anymore. I hurt myself too many times. You're from Nashville, yeah, so you don't even know the definition of cold. It don't get cold in Tennessee. Not actually cold. I lived in Knoxville, Tennessee for a little over a year. Hated it. Did not like Knoxville, Tennessee. Met some cool people. There were nice people in Knoxville, Tennessee. I didn't like Knoxville itself, though. But yeah, you're in for a world of hurt, buddy. You will experience true cold, true winter. Yeah, we get high winds. We get tornado, you know, level winds, but almost never do they actually turn into a tornado. I think this year there was one actual day that we had tornadoes that touched down, 3 small ones, they dissipated. It seems like anytime we do actually have a tornado, as long as you don't live in a mobile home park, you're good. Tornadoes have something against mobile home parks. They target mobile home parks. I think they're slightly biased. They don't like people that live in mobile home parks, so you might find yourself having a problem with tornadoes if you move into a mobile home park. Other than that, you'll be good. What are we fishing for? We were fishing today for Northern Pike and Walleye. We landed one. Well, it didn't land. We got her to the side of the boat. One small pike. Wasn't the greatest day catching stuff. I'm just finishing cleaning up the boat here. I will probably, it's early enough. I think once I get the boat out of the water, we'll come back down and fish from the dock here. I got some worms and leeches and bread balls. We'll see if maybe we can pull a carp in or some. We have bullhead catfish. There's these cute little catfish. We might even be able to get a rainbow or a brown trout to come out and play. What part? My parents live there. We're in central Montana here. This is Great Falls, Montana. We're 90 miles away from Helena, which is the capital. Fishing cat fishing. Did you see? Were you here when we had the little pike on the line? That's the only action we've had today. Oh, still fishing. Yeah, we'll fish for a little bit. There's just a couple of things here I still got to clean up. We're almost ready, then I'll go pull my boat out of the water. I just need to get it out of the water before I can't see anything. And I have one DeWalt light, so it's not going to be great lighting, but we will be able to see somewhat. I don't think I'm going to fish off the boat launch like I did last night. We didn't have really any luck. I've had much better luck fishing off the dock itself. So I can get out into slightly deeper water. Oh, Knoxville. Yeah, no, I lived in Knoxville. God, it has to be at least 15, 16 years ago. I'm trying to think, God, it's been so long. I don't remember. There was like a downtown area with a college, and I worked at the Jimmy John's there that was right on campus. Can't remember what else was in that area. I never really got out much and did anything while I was there. I was traveling at that time. I sold everything I owned except for, a backpack full of clothes, my laptop, and my acoustic guitar. Sold and gave away everything I owned, and cashed out my money from the bank, and I traveled for 3 years. And I ended up in Knoxville, Tennessee, flat broke. And it took me about a year of saving up money there to get the hell out of there. Then I bought a Greyhound ticket and took the Greyhound over to California, and I spent 13 years in California, Southern California. Found an amazing job, which I still work for the company, even though I moved back here to Montana. Yeah, Knoxville was not a pleasant place for me. I ended up in a homeless shelter there for, I think, for the first 60 days I was there. Found a homeless shelter and got a job immediately, and worked the job until I had enough for a deposit on a place, and I got the hell out of there. And then I rented that place and stayed there until I had enough money to get the flock out of Knoxville. That's all right. See, I mean, I've been on both spectrums of life. I've been anywhere, from I don't have 2 nickels to rub together, and now my bank account is healthy. So anybody can improve their lives. Anybody can change. You can dig yourself out of that hole. Even though I put myself in that hole, I had a good amount saved before I started, but again, I was so fed up with life, and I quit my job, sold everything, gave everything away, and I traveled, and I loved every minute of it. It was well worth it. Even, ended up in the homeless shelter for a short while. It's part of life. It was an experience. I learned from it. I grew from it. I learned I never wanted to do it again. But sometimes you got to do things before you realize that, It's not the path you want to be on. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna quit babbling here. We're losing precious fishing time. I was just kind of chilling, smoking a cigarette here. But let's get. Where did I put my keys? Oh, there we go. Let me go pull the boat trailer in. We'll get the boat docked, and then we'll get the line back in the water and see if we can catch another fish. Guys, your sun is setting here in England. The sun is just rising. Right on. Yeah, we still have. God, it's. Let me pan the camera over. You guys can have a glimpse of the last lights of the day here in Montana. I don't know. I've lived and traveled all over the United States, and I have to say, man, hands down, our sunsets here in central Montana are some of the prettiest that I've seen. You guys missed. This is blah compared to what it was, you know, half an hour ago. It is. It's pretty dark, but we still just have last little bit of light creeping over the horizon there. It'll be dark in, you know, half an hour. All that'll be gone. But it's crazy how long the sunset light lingers. Somebody gave me a thumbs down. Was the rationale to get me back to 69? If that's it, that's cool. I'm for it. But who watches a fishing stream and hits the thumb down? Did I offend you? Did I offend your ancestors? What? There we go, 70. Thank you. I don't get that. People come in here and they're like, I came to watch a fishing stream. God, guys, be nice. Anyways, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna go get the boat water. No, truck. I'm getting the truck. That's what I. Alrighty, I'm back. Max, he's gonna fish from the bank, bro. Boat is floating. No, I just have my straps on it are like 3 feet long. It moves around. Alright, we're gonna get the boat back on the trailer. Yeah, we're just getting the boat on the trailer, then we're gonna come back and fish from the dock for a little bit. Y'all hang in there. I didn't pull the boat trailer in the water quite far enough. The water level's so low here. Bear with me for a moment, guys. I gotta back the truck in another couple inches. Max, we're gonna fish from the bank or from the dock for a little bit. Bear with me for a few moments here, guys. Alrighty. Almost done. Boat strapped in. I just got to put a couple of poles in the truck and we'll head down to the bank and get a pole in the water. For the few people who are still hanging out, appreciate y'all. Let's see if we can get one last fish. Maybe two, we'll see. Hang in there, folks. A few more minutes. Alright, we're just swapping this crankbait out to put our high-low rig back on. I hope I put our high-low rig. There it is. All right, rigged up. Need to grab my leeches and a drink. Flash, yeah, we just got the boat in. We're moving to the ramp to, or excuse me, the boat dock. We're gonna fish for another little while. We can't end the stream with no fish. Let's go get a fish. It might be a carp, it might be a bullhead, but we're gonna get a fish to end the stream here. Oh, dang it. Hold on. Forgot to turn my fish finder off. Ouch! Alright guys, bear with me for a moment. We're going down to the dock to get set up. Oh, I'll sneak over here. Alright, now I gotta find somewhere to poke this damn camera holder in. Where, oh where can I stab this? I don't remember where I had it stabbed yesterday that worked. There we go. All right, sorry about that, guys. We are set up. I'm gonna get the rig baited up. You guys can see that or not. There you go. You can kind of see the. I'll raise you up. And I remembered my headlamp tonight. SoCal, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thank you for the reminder on the headlamp. I did remember it today. Let's get you guys plugged in. All right, bread ball first. We're gonna do the same thing as last night. Yeah, SoCal, how was your stream? You usually catch stuff there. What'd you catch tonight? Just doing my job. Alright, we got bread ball on hook number 1. I don't know how good the worms are gonna be. They kicked around in my backpack all night. They're probably gonna be mush. I forgot to put them in the fridge last night. We do have leeches though. And they are still very good. Alright, let's look at the worms. Maybe. Oh hey, they're not looking great, but they're not all mush. Where are you fishing from now? Oh, just at Broadwater Bay off the dock. We pulled the boat in, got it on the trailer, and we're gonna toss out here. We can't end the stream with no fish. We'll catch you something. Getting a little bit windy now, surprisingly. When I'm not blinding the camera, can you guys see that? Out there. That's what I forgot. Now I need y'all to remind me to bring my lighted fishing tips. You guys see any of that? I'm trying to get the lighted up so you guys can at least see something. No? That looks like crap. Let's get her over again. There, you can kind of see that. How's that? Rod, do you know Max? He keeps asking you to stay alive on the way home. Just careful. You'd be crazy. Those whopper plopper hits are satisfying. I do love whopper plopper. Any top action is so fun. It's hella dark there now. Yeah, I got it adjusted though. You guys, I think, can see the pole now. Looks good. All right, cool. Get my bucket set up here. And I remembered my blanket, so. Alrighty. Catfish Dog, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? How did I get 5 more likes in complete darkness? Yeah, we have a bread ball. We're running a high-low rig, so there's 2 hooks on it. On one hook we have a bread ball, on the other one we have a worm. So we're bottom fishing. We may get carp, we may get white sucker. Bullhead is likely though. Yeah, we got to catch a fish for the stream. I don't care what it is, honestly. And apologies for the noise. We got a group of kids sitting on the dock behind me, playing and having fun. Get like 5 carp. Well, that's why we have the bread ball on. I fished here a couple of times last year during the night and had really good luck with carp. Oh, there's a hit. Getting bite already. Just a itty bitty. That looked like a bullhead probably. We'll hang on to here and see if we can set the hook. Max says you should do a 12-hour one day and do a catch and clean cook. We streamed for 12 hours yesterday. Ultra Music, you just bought a rod and hook and some bait. How do I get started? Yeah. Is it spooled up already? You got your line on your rod or on the reel? If so, just go buy some worms and plop her into the closest body of water that's got fish. Okay, comments left to remind you about rod tip lights. Thank you. I should have grabbed those today. I didn't think about it. Just as I was leaving the house, I was like, oh yeah. I remembered to grab the headlamp, but didn't think about the rod tips. Yeah, it really depends on what you're fishing for, but if you're just starting out, start basic. Go get yourself a can of worms and throw her in. Worms are kind of the universal bait. You can catch almost anything. Some reflective tape on the rod with your headlamps or any light is really popular at night for fishing streams. I didn't think about that. That probably would work real well, but I do have some really nice LED rod tip lights that have chargeable batteries in them and replaceable LED lights. So you can see it even if I'm not looking at it with a light. A bunch of colors, reflective tape. That's a good idea though, I hadn't thought of that. Kadium Lopez, welcome to the stream, how you doing? We fished in the boat all day. We didn't land anything. We had a pike next to the boat but lost it. So we're chilling at the dock here. We're not gonna end the day with no fish. We'll get something here. You get a free concert. Yeah, they're back there singing. Somebody was playing a ukulele a little bit ago. Worms, bread, and even the pre-packed baits at the stores work. Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy. I honestly should have just tossed her right straight out in front of us. You ordered some glow-in-the-dark tape for the rods when we fished the bay. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Bro said stay here until I catch fish. That's the plan. That's the plan, Stan. I hate getting in a fishing trip with no fish. It's early still. It's only 10:21 here. We'll get something. We got bread, we got leeches, we got worms, and we got time, so. So fish, your power came back out on your deployment, huh? Oh, there's a nibble. I need more than a nibble though. Let's do this. Flash says I wake up at 4 a.m. and I gotta see a damn fish caught. We'll get there. We'll get something on the line. I'd like to get a nice carp. There's some chunky carp in the Missouri River here. Leeches were good. Yeah, I brought the leeches for the walleye. Everybody seems to use leeches around here for walleye. I've caught a couple of them in the past off of leeches, but never been consistent. So I really wish I could have more than one pole in the water right now. I'd throw 2 bread bowls on one and a worm and a leech on the other one. Stay until midnight, that's when I start fishing. I catch a bunch of fish. I don't think the fish have watches. Your power's back, went out 3 times today. Yeah, the power company, probably Northwest Energy. I don't know what the hell it is with their infrastructure. They go out constantly. We have two power providers out in Vaughan where I live, and it drives me nuts because my street, on one side of my street is Sun River Power Collective or something like that, and on my side of the street it's Northwest Energy, and my power goes out constantly and their lights are on the entire time that mine are out. So irritating. We get a slight breeze, the power goes out. The rain comes, the power goes out. Actually, screw it. I fished for under 2 hours and I got one nice cat, got broken off on 30-pound braid, and then ended the stream in the dark with a 3-pound bass on a whopper plopper. Hell yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. We had one dinky pike I got to the boat and lost it before anybody saw it. That's been my stream today. We're killing it. Yeah, we could still catch a pike. I've caught pike off of bread balls. I've caught pike off of worms. I've caught walleye off of worms. I've never caught a walleye off a bread ball though. If pike will eat it, I'm sure a walleye might too. I expect we'll probably catch bullhead and or carp though. Beetle, welcome back. Turn donations on. I don't have donations on my stream. I don't need donations. Thank you though. You guys get some background music at least. Kelly Clarkston making an entrance. Now we get a little concert here. The bass actually bit on the shoreline. I was about to lift the bait out of the water and he absolutely railed it. See, I would say a large majority of the bass that I have caught have either been the instant the bait hit the water or like literally the moment I'm trying to take the pole out of the water. Largemouth at least. Alright, I want to hold this. These bullhead have quite timid bites. I keep seeing little nibbles. And 4 inches of water, yeah. When they want it, man. That's a shame I don't have a cast net or know how to use one. I'm sure I could catch all sorts of stuff off the dock here. We could cheat and be like Cindy. They're like, oh, we ain't catching shit on the pole. We'll just pull everything in with the cast net. I could bring my minnow trap. I think we could do a minnow trap. I don't know, it's pitch black. I can't see max. Probably. Caught close to 1,000 bass in Florida. 80% are always 5 feet or less from the shore. They love those shallow areas where all the bait fish are. Huh. Well, at least we got a few more people in here than last night. I think the last 4 hours of the stream, it was SoCal and Josie and who else was in here, SoCal? I can't even remember now. Welcome those joining the stream. We are doing a little bit of night fishing from the from the boat docks here at Broadwater Bay on the Missouri River. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Did you get any more last night or just the one pike? Just the one pike. We had a bunch of nibbles and bites. They kept stealing my bait. We bank fished for a good 6 hours after we put the boat in the water. But we were fishing from the boat ramp. It's super shallow over there. Trying to toss the bread ball out, I got to be fairly ginger with how I cast it out. Otherwise, you cast your bread ball off. And we just weren't out far enough to get to the carp. We should be now, though. Do you see a lot of kayakers fishing? Oh, yeah. The local pond, Largent Bend, there's usually at least two, 3 people fishing in it. And today here on the Missouri River, yesterday as well, I saw at least a dozen people in kayaks fishing. A lot of people don't have trucks. Boats are expensive. Kayaks are a few $100 and super portable. Throw them on the top of your car. So yeah, a lot of people kayak fish around here. You're thinking of getting one? Yeah, they seem super handy. Just make sure you wear your No, you guys are fine. Now, if anything, you're probably luring them in. Nah, they're not shy. We're fishing for carp right now. Hey, bro, what are you trying to catch? Carp or bullheads, little catfish. Maybe some rainbow trout. Those blow-up drift boats, too. I don't know, anything that's blow-up, they're too easy to damage. I'd hate getting out in the water and having frickin' find a hole in it and sink it. Oh, get out of your way. If I'm in your way, just let me know. Oh, you guys are fine. We're streaming on YouTube. They're enjoying you singing.
Oh boy. Sorry, y'all. Cool.
It's all good. I'll get out of your way.
Live stream, right? I was thinking
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah, we are.
We're on someone's live stream.
Wait, you were singing, bro? Sorry, dude. That's actually so funny.
No, they were enjoying your singing.
Running down to the rip, take it away.
Bro, you have no idea how fast that travels on the internet, bro. It's gonna be on the New City website. Now that I said something, yeah.
Now you can check it out. The channel's called Wanna See My Rod.
Oh, right on. Classic.
It'll be posted tomorrow, probably.
Right on. We'll have to go because we've probably been singing for what, 20 minutes 20 now? 20 minutes, yeah. We've been here for a while. People in the comments are like, will those guys shut up already? No, for real. Alright, sorry, Brian. Sorry, dude.
That's all good. Have a good night, guys.
Have a lovely night. We probably added a lot of life to it.
Obviously. Alright, they're heading out. Is this Texas? No, we're in central Montana. Missouri River, Great Falls, Montana. Alright, we might actually move over towards the end of the dock now. They were sitting in the spot that I wanted to fish from. Do you have something on? No fit now, I'm holding it in my hand. There's tension, I got a sinker on there. We're in the river, so I'm using a fairly decent size. I think it's a 3/4 ounce sinker. A lot of people fly fish those inner tubes on the Missouri. They do, I see people all the time, but my luck, I'd pop the damn thing the first time I have it in the water. Or one of my cats would get to it. I don't like anything that's inflatable. I want to be fishing, not swimming. Oh, the way I had me confused. Yeah, no. We're holding it in my hand. We have worms on, we're bottom fishing, and one of the species that we might be catching are bullhead catfish, which are just itty bitty little catfish. And they have very timid bites. You can catch them, you know, with a stationary pole, but oftentimes they'll just steal your bait if you're not holding it. But I think I am going to shift over towards the end of the dock here. We're sitting kind of not in an ideal spot here. Ugh. So, we get the pole in the water and then we'll get you guys over so you can watch. I guess I should move all my crap first. Let's see here. Bear with me just a moment, guys. We're just shuffling over a few feet. Oh, there we go, fish on, fish on. That's a carp. There we go. Perfect timing. Oh, she feels nice. Nice carp, nice carp. Ooh. He's good sized. Fish on, fish on. I did not bring my net though. It's in my boat still. Dang it. All right. I'm trying not to walk off the edge of the dock here. Oh, come on. She's a good sized one. She's coming around trying to wrap up on the dock here though. I'm gonna go off camera here for a second, guys. I'm going to the end of the dock here. I don't want it to go under the dock. Oh! Big old male, yeah. I don't know, maybe 6-8 pounds. Maybe a little bigger than that. I don't have my scales on the boat still. Somebody go get my net. All right, let's see if we can do this without getting a hook in the hands. Oh yeah, this one's chunky, guys. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Ow. I don't want a hook in the hand. Knock it off. Oh, I should have brought my net. Was not thinking. Oh, there we go. That is a nice carp. There we go. Let me see. Big old male. So you can see the front end of the body is fatter and it's skinnier towards the back. Those are almost always a male. Females tend to be, they're more uniformly shaped. Fat at the front, fat at the back. Big old bellies. Let's try and gently remove the hook here. All right. Oh yeah, I honestly should go get my scale. That's a nice fish. Definitely not a PB, but she's a beauty. That's one of the longest carp, not the fattest, but that is a long carp. He's gotta be pushing 30 inches. Absolutely beautiful carp. Oof. Alrighty, guys. 15 pounds, nah. I'd say more, probably closer to 12. It's a big carp though, nice. All right, let's get her back in the water here. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can't show you the release. We'll get her back in though. There we go, there's a fish. We got a fish for you. Oh. Off he goes, nice. Heck yeah. So much crap in the way here. I didn't even get a chance to get set back up. That was a fight, yeah. Again, that's on my medium light, fast action, ugly stick carbon. They're a super lightweight pull, but they will handle some absolute monsters. And again, the Carbonex, Piscifun Carbonex 2, it's the 1000 series. It's the lightest of the reels that they make. And the drag handled it no problem. In fact, I had the drag a little bit too tight on there. I should have been looser and let him run a little bit. Heck yeah, let's throw her in and get another. Go get your net. Yes, I should. That's a good point. We'll get it baited up and we'll get it ready to put in the water, but I won't throw it back in until I get my net. I wasn't even set up. I just barely moved the stuff over. You guys are lucky. The camera was pointed this way. Sorry, I'm blinding y'all. Oh, SoCal, yeah, you just missed a really nice carp. Scale, measuring stick, net. Alright, yeah, let's go grab that crap then I'll bait up. Give me just a moment, guys. I'm gonna walk up to my truck. It's just right. A couple of 30-second walk over here. I'm gonna grab my scale, net, measuring stick. Alright. Measuring stick. Net. And scale, where are you? All right, we're headed back if you can still hear me. I don't know what the range on these Bluetooth mics are. It should be close enough for you guys to hear me. It might be a little garbled. Oh, carp are so fun. I'm telling you, man, if you guys have never carp fished before, it is exhilarating. Can you guys think of a freshwater fish that fights harder than a male carp? I can't. I've caught a lot of fish, a lot of different species. Catfish at times can put up I think maybe a good second, but even a big pike, I don't know, man. They're something else. All right. Measuring stick, scale. Actually, you guys off to the side here. Guar, sturgeon. I've caught some very decent sized sturgeon, and sorry, I'm blinding y'all. Sturgeon, they fought nice, they fought well, but not like a male carp. The runs, you know, I mean, again, I had the drag way too tight there. Typically, a carp it'll get it close in, and the moment it sees you, it's off again. I don't know. Anyways, let's get baited back up. Let's catch some more fish. Always fun. Sturgeon is a good. A good one though. Sturgeon do put up a good fight. I haven't caught walleye, big catfish, or carp before. Oh man. Do it. Carp, they're one of the easiest fish to catch. All you need, a bread. Water up into a ball, a nice tight ball. Slap her on a 1/0, a 2/0 bait hook. And chuck it in the water. You know, it doesn't need to be super far out. Oftentimes they'll come in super shallow. But boat docks, things like this, perfect place. It gets you a little bit further out in the water. And you don't have to try and lob it so far. Sweet corn. Corn works sometimes. It depends on the water body. Oftentimes I will, again, because I'm running a high-low rig, I got 2 hooks, so I basically always have 2 options to bait things up with. And I will sometimes do, you know, corn on one hook, bread ball on the other. Corn on one hook, worm on the other. But it's really simple. You guys haven't done it before. So this is a pretty big bread ball, probably oversized for this hook. This is a 2-aught bait hook. Wadded it tightly into a ball. Gently try and poke it as much through the center as you can without breaking that bread ball back apart. And any kind of bread works. The softer, the better. The squishier, if you can get it back into essentially dough form. But get your hook through it, and then try and work it, squish it back down along the shaft of the hook. So you're kind of almost footballing it instead of a sphere. It starts a sphere, you poke it, and then you make it, it's kind of like a oddball football shape. You're essentially trying to squish it and heel the bread back around the shaft of the hook, and try and create at least somewhat of a gap between your bread ball and your hook. But that's it. There's a big old hunk of bread. And then do we still have a worm on the other one? I suspect that probably got robbed by the couple of nibbles that we had. Are you still there? Yeah, they stole the worm. We'll throw another worm on. If I can find my worms. Oh God, the bugs are bad too. Somebody remind me after I get this pole in the water to bug spray. God. I put the hook flat on the bread and ball it up so the hook is in the middle. That works too. I do it both ways. I found that doing it that way though, your bread almost never survives. If you have to recast it, if you have to bring it in, your bread's almost always gone. If you ball it up and do like the football shape around there, it's a little denser. Not always, but oftentimes you'll at least get a second cast out of it, sometimes 3. If I take and just ball it around the hook and completely encase the hook, most times you lose it pulling it in. All right, let's get her back in the water. All right, unwrap yourself. There we go. And then just gingerly toss it out because the bread is still pretty fragile. You keep an eye out. Pay attention when you're lobbing it out. It's hard in the dark because you can't really see all that well. But watch, you know, the water. Make sure that you get your one splash for for your hook, your sinker in the water, and that you're not seeing a random splash out, you know, a different direction. Because you're not going to catch anything with an empty hook out there. Well, not usually, at least. You might. Alright, look at the light out here. Now I gotta make sure that you guys can actually see the pole. Let me get my light out. Can you guys see the pole or no? I can't tell. Kinda. 570 PA, welcome back. Out of 10, how well can you see the pole? I'm blinded. I looked at the DeWalt light and I can't see anything right now. Can you guys see the tip of the pole or no? Let me know, comment. If need be, I will adjust the lighting a little bit. A 5, a 9. Let me see here, I can kind of see now. My pupils are slightly adjusting. I blinded myself there. Is it better where it was before? .6, there you go, that's better. Okay, cool. All right, let's sit and chill. See if we can get another one. I think if we got one, we'll probably, we can catch them as long as we want to sit here and keep catching them. This river is absolutely packed full of carp, and there are some monsters in here. I could easily set a new PB tonight. Alrighty, I'm glad I was able to finally catch a good fish for you guys. We're gonna know when you grab it. Yeah, I would put the bell on there. I don't like using the bell on the dock because oftentimes it flings it. And at this point I should probably buy stock in whatever company sells those bells. As I have, I don't know how many bells I've bought over the last couple of years. I lose them constantly. Anything yet? Yeah, we caught it had to have been at least a 12-pound carp. Probably about 30 inches. Good sized carp. He stepped away at the wrong moment, but if we caught one, we'll catch another. The last time I night streamed from this spot, I caught, I think, 8 carp over the course of 3 hours. They were pretty active. And right now, carp fishing at night is usually pretty productive. You can catch them all throughout the day, but at nighttime they are generally quite a bit more active. Amazon has a 50-pack of bells for $8. No shit. Are they the clip-on bells though, like I use though? A lot of people use like it's like the 2 like dingleberry bells that stick off. I don't like those. I like the big solid brass bells that I clip onto the end of the pole. Oof. Good hook set in that one too. Right in the corner of the mouth, right where you want it. And in fact, it went through the corner of the mouth and then it came and it hooked it back through the other way. So it was actually double hooked. Heather said, I will keep calling the fishy. Good night, everyone. Take care. God bless. Heather, thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you coming into the channel and supporting us. Get some rest. Have a wonderful evening. Dingleberry, that's what I call them. I have a couple of them in my tackle box. I can't stand them. They don't stay on well. I don't know. They're like they're 2 little bells like on springs. I don't like those ones. I like the nice solid brass ones that have like a pinch clip on it, and you just attach them right to the end of the pole. Is that a bite, or did I shake the dock? I don't think I shook the dock. Am I seeing shit? Did y'all see that? Did I shake the dock? That had to have been a bite. Weird though. Normally you'll see the pole bend in half. They don't play around. Carp, they take what they want and they just swim away with it. They're generally not too ginger about it. They set the hook themselves. I was having bites? Okay. Yeah, that might have been on the worm too, though. That definitely wasn't a carp bite. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. I keep seeing the lightning flash out there. Yeah, I do really need to bring my, if I'm going to do any more night streams, I will Holy crap, that bat almost hit me in the face. Did you guys see the bat? It was like right here, like 2 feet away from my head. But I need to remember the LED pole tips. They make it so much better. You can just see the glowing orb out there. Welcome to those joining. We're not giving up. We fished in the boat all day. We had one little pike to the side of the boat. We lost it. So we got the boat out of the water. It's on the trailer and we're just sitting on the dock. We got one pole in the water. That's all I'm legally allowed here. I'm allowed 2 hooks. One hook we have a bread ball. The other hook we have a worm. We did just land a really nice carp. It was probably about 12 pounds or so. Easily 30 inches. One of the longest carps I've ever caught. But again, it was a male, not a female. The female tend to be the fatter ones. They weigh more. That was a big ass male carp. 30-inch plus common carp is extremely uncommon. Look for the one that screws in and locks on the pole for ice fishing. Yeah, they make a bunch of different kinds. I've only tried a couple of different. Maybe I should look for some different ones. 570 PA angler. Is it on the worm? No, that was on the bread ball. The bite that we just got was probably on a worm. The carp, while you can catch carp on worms, most of the time if they're presented with a worm versus a bread ball, they're gonna take the bread ball. Rick Rob, I'm telling you, work 75% of the time, all the time. You're fishy, right? One nice carp, one pike lost. There we go. Thanks, SoCal. Carp is nice to eat. I don't know. I've heard that. I've never tried it though. I've heard a lot of people say that it is actually good to eat. I think the reason most people don't eat them is one, they have an odd bone structure that, unless you know how to fillet a carp, you're gonna end up with a lot of bone in the carp. Two, that I think there's just kind of a stigma that carp are gross because they're bottom feeders. Almost every fish will eat stuff off the bottom. And 3, I don't know, people just, they'd think carp are gross. You know, there's it's just that, the stigma that only poor people eat carp, only, you know, I don't know, the few people that I know that have eaten carp said it's actually a really good fish to eat. And I think a lot of it depends on, you know, the water body you're pulling it out of. Like most fish, you pull a fish out of a poor, gross, you know, water body, it's gonna be gross. You pull a carp out of a nice clean water body, it's probably not bad to eat. Carp soup. Bug spray. Thank you. Good God. Why is, oh shit. It's at the boat. Alright. If we catch a fish, somebody grab the pole. Let me loosen the drag up a bit just to make sure. And that's another thing. If you guys have not carp fished, double, triple, quadruple check, especially if you're walking away from the pole. Make sure your pole holder's in the ground good. Make sure your drag is not too tight. You will lose, the carp will take your pole. You'll never see it again. You will donate your pole to the great abyss. Bug spray, bug spray, bug spray. Oh, bug spray is so gross. It's like hairspray mixed with death. Ugh. I can taste it still. Biggest sport fish in the world, you know that? Carp? Is it? Is that what you're talking about? There was a recipe at the local paper several years ago for carp cakes. My neighbor gave me some carp soup, but yes, it's from Clean Lake, and it's freaking great. Yeah, I've heard that. I believe it. I think there's just a stigma surrounding carp. You know, that people don't eat them. They think it's a dirty fish, and I honestly, I don't think so. I still don't have a desire to eat carp, but it's probably not bad for those of y'all that quadding. Yeah, we've caught, we just landed a really nice male carp, common carp. I didn't have my scale or measuring stick handy, but I estimated it was probably about 30 inches and 12 pounds. Not a monster, but a nice male carp. The male carps don't get nearly as big as the females. I don't know what max size is for a male carp, but a 30-inch carp is pretty big. It might have been the longest carp I've ever caught. My Russian friend cooks pike soup. Pike is delicious. Pike is actually my favorite fish to eat. It just has to be prepared properly. You gotta bleed it. You gotta get the bloodline off, and they're good. That you gotta harvest smaller ones, 2 to 3 pounds. Anything bigger than that is not ideal. Catfish eat much worse crap than carp do, and people love cat. Exactly, SoCal. Yeah. Flash, was it on the worm? No, it was on bread ball. Nope, it was on our 2-aught bait hook with the bread ball. Ooh. No, that was a bat. Goddamn bats. Go away. Go find something else to do. Goddamn bats. Do y'all have that problem where you guys are, where you fish? When you're night fishing, do bats always harass your line? Every time I'm out night fishing, you get bats and they just troll the crap out of you. What do you catch mostly? Pike is what I target 90% of the time that I'm out. I like to carp fish as well. When I'm not pike or carp fishing, I kind of fish for whatever. I'm not too stuck on anything when if I'm not at a water body that, you know, I feel confident I can catch a pike on. I like to, you know, try to catch anything. I'm trying to get better at catching lots of different species. PB pike and walleye. PB pike came actually out of this water body about a 1/4 mile upstream. It was about 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. Nice fat female pike. Walleye was just under 30 inches and about 6.5 pounds. Both of them, if you want to see them, they're on my FishBrain. If you have the FishBrain app, it's at Vox, V-O-X. Or you could just go on the website. You don't even have to create an account, and just go to fishbrain.com/angler/Vox, V-O-X. You don't use any weight on red balls. Yeah, but SoCal, you're in a pond that has no current. I'm in a fast-moving river. I'm pretty sure if I threw just a bread ball out with no weight on it, here it would end up back at the shore in no time. The current would just drive it right into the bank. 22 pounds. Yeah, it was a nice pike. I've caught a dozen or so over 10 pounds, but only one over 20. I've never set up a carp rig or really any bottom rig, just trying to make it easy, to be honest. So again, on my channel, I have, look up the Wadsworth Park playlist or the Largent Bend playlist, and filter through those videos. I have a handful of videos on carp. And I show you exactly the rig that I use. And in fact, the next time I pull the pole in, I can show you. It's a really simple setup. And again, it's got 2 hooks on it. You're on a nice strong steel leader, so the likelihood that they're gonna break you off is very slim. You can get tangled up in all sorts of shit and wrench them out of there. But to be honest, all it takes is a sinker, you know, a 8 to 12 inch leader and a hook. You don't have to get fancy with it at all. Favorite fish to catch? Pike. Carp is a close second. I think if I could catch tiger musky'd probably be up there. But pike, I think, is my absolute favorite to target. They're fun fighters. They're big, they're toothy. I like to eat them. They're plentiful in a lot of water bodies where I live. And they can get to be quite large. Otherwise, Flash, we live in the same area. I mean, next time you're headed out to Wadsworth or Largent Bend, or even down here to Broadwater night fishing here off the dock is great for catching carp. Just shoot me a holler, give me a holler on Fishbrain. I'm happy to swing by and give you a quick rundown on how to set up for a carp rig. I'll help you catch your first carp. But if you watch one of those videos, I give a pretty in-depth explanation of what I use, how I rig it up. It's a pretty simple setup. That's the deal. Maybe if I see a streaming, I'll stop by. Yeah. Oh, sorry guys, we gotta. Oh God, that's loud. Ambulance driving by. Have you fished for sturgeon or alligator gar? Yeah, I've caught 2 different kinds of sturgeon here in Montana. Pallid sturgeon as well as shovel nose. No monsters, but they were decent size. I think the last sturgeon that I caught was about 8 pounds. 7 pounds. Again, I'd have to look on my fish brain. Tench over in England are my favorite. I've heard of tench. Off the top of my head, I don't know what they look like. Alligator gar we don't have in Montana. We have short nose gar. They're in eastern Montana. It's on my bucket list. I've never fished for them though. Omar Frock, welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight, bro? Welcome, welcome. You've seen people catch walleye at Wadsworth, which is crazy. Dude, there are in fact, that is an absolute great spot to catch walleye if you're in a canoe or a kayak. You can catch them from the shore. I've only ever caught itty bitties, but I was down there, it's gotta be about a month ago now when FWP was doing their yearly survey and they had a gill net set up and they were hauling the gill net in. And they had multiple 30+ inchers pulled in off the net. And a lot of, 20+ inchers. That Wadsworth is full of huge walleye. They're tough to catch from the shore though. They tend to be out in the deeper part of Wadsworth, which is way on the opposite side of the docks. You either have to ice fish it or you gotta be in a kayak or a canoe to get to it. Can you keep sturgeon there? Pallid sturgeon, no, they're considered an endangered species. You're required to immediately release them back into the water. Shovel nose, you can keep one under 40 inches. we caught anything since the big guy. No, we've had a few nibbles on the pole. That's one thing about carp. It's a waiting game. Sometimes you'll get back-to-back hits, but oftentimes they travel in schools, and you'll get, you know, a whole school of them that swims by. So if you have multiple poles out, you'll get hooked up on 1, 2, 3, you know, all the poles will get a carp. But you gotta wait for the cycle to come back through. The last time here, every 20 minutes, every half hour or so, I would get a wave of them that came through. Sometimes it takes longer than that, though. That's where the bread ball, it's a good bait to use, because the longer it sits in the water, it softens and it releases, you know, particles of the bread ball out into the water, and you're basically chumming the whole area around where you're fishing. So it lures them in. You just gotta be patient. They'll come, they'll smack it. Gill nets are banned over here. Yeah, you can't use them as, you know, a private citizen. For whatever reason, Fish, Wildlife, and Park, for their surveys, do still use them. Which oftentimes it does and did result in dead fish. They had probably a dozen or so fish out of I want to say they probably had close to 100 walleye in the net when they pulled it in. And there were about a dozen or so that weren't gonna make it, and they were just giving them away to people that were there swimming and fishing. I think I'll try corn or bread on a bait hook with a split shot. That can work. In a pond, that would work. In the river, you would never get away with just a split shot. You need, you know, a 1/2 ounce, 3/4 ounce weight to keep it out of keep the current from carrying it away. Hooked Up, New Brunswick. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Hope everyone's doing well. Oh, we're having a good night. We didn't have great luck out on the water today, but we were not going to end the day on that note. So we got the boat out of the water, and we're now on the boat dock, and we caught one honker of a carp so far, and we're going to try and get another one. Hate to say it, but I gotta go to sleep. Kidding, I'm staying here. All right, Max. Yeah, a better setup though, if you just want a really, really basic carp setup flash, go get yourself a small pack of 3-way swivels. Tie the 3-way swivel onto your main line. Tie a light leader on one of them, hooked to, you know, like a 1/2 ounce or so lead weight, and then tie a longer, you know, like a 12-inch leader on fluorocarbon. I'd recommend, you know, 20 to 30 pound fluorocarbon with a bait hook on it, or just, you know, go grab a pack of the snelled bait hooks. Probably a 1/0 or a 2/0, and basically your sinker hanging off of one of the 3-way, and your hook hanging off the other, and throw a bread ball on the hook. That's about as simple as it gets, and that'll work in both a pond, a stream, a river, lake, reservoir. That'll work in any water body. Looks like a nice night. It is. It's a little chilly. I'm still kind of damp from the rain earlier. That and the carp that I caught splashed the crap out of me. But it's probably, I don't know, low 70s, mid 70s here. There's a slight breeze. It's a really nice night. The water is really, really calm right now, surprisingly. Max, you should do a catch, clean, and cook I was talking about tomorrow. Probably not tomorrow. Where I'm going to be fishing tomorrow, if I do go, is Largent Bend Pond, and you couldn't pay me to eat something out of there. It's a nice pond. There's lots of fish. I love fishing out of there, but it's less than 100 yards from a sewage lagoon. And I don't need some sewage flavored fish. Wildcard, welcome back. How you doing? It's me, welcome back. Poo soup, basically, yeah. Not, doesn't sound too appetizing. But I'll do a catch, cook, and clean. I'll probably hold off and do that next time I go camping. The rod's bending. I haven't been paying attention. You got a fishy biting on it? Fishy, fishy, fishy. You know what I could do? I could probably move my pole holder slightly back, get it closer to the camera. We'll move it after we either rebait it or we catch a fish. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. I know there's only a few of you in here still, but thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys had fun watching today and hanging out. I know I did. I always do. Yeah, there's some nibbles. Nibbly, nibbly, nibbly. That's probably a bullhead pecking at it. Come on, fish. Yeah. I have a feeling we'll probably get the wave of carp passing back through here shortly. God, that was a long carp. I wish I had my measuring stick handy. That has got to be one of the longest carp I've ever caught. Normally they're short and fat and stubby. Common carp don't get super long. They're usually short and fat. My brother-in-law hooked into a 180-pound tarpon last week and took him 3 hours to get him on the boat. That sounds fun, exhausting, and crazy. Can't imagine. I've had a couple of pretty epic fights pulling in fish. That freaking 50-pounder, that carp that I pulled, that was a good long fight. I had to pull her into the bank twice. But no multi-hour catches. I think you only get that with saltwater fish. I don't know, maybe a white sturgeon. Paddlefish. I guess paddlefish could be a pretty epic battle. Oh, we got a little bit of rain starting again. Hopefully this passes pretty quickly. I'm not going to sit out here and get soaked if it starts pouring. Instead of shitting blood the following day. God. Yeah, that'd be an epic battle. I'm not built for fishing like that. I'm 120 pounds soaking wet. I got a bad shoulder, bad back. I don't need to be pulling in blue whales over there. The world record tarpon is 286. They're pure muscle, huh? Is that a fish you keep and eat, or that's a fish you just catch for the F of it and you throw her back in? Tarpon are illegal to remove from the water. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about tarpon. I've heard of them, but I know nothing about them. Is it endangered or so just hard fighting sport fish? Okay. Heavy rain headed my way. Wonderful. Yeah, the wind definitely picked up and it's just sprinkling right now. I think I'll probably stuff some stuff in my bag over here and prep for a quick escape. We'll try and hang on here for another fish. But if we have to bail here because it gets too gnarly out, I apologize. You think they're a protected species? Okay. Look at the yeah, I do have my other phone is in my bag here. I guess I could dig it out. Oh, let's see. My location, 65 cloudy now, 65, 12. Okay, so it's a little cooler than I thought. It's 65. 63 by midnight. Feels like 63. There are precipitation. I don't know, the weather app doesn't say that it's supposed to rain. It's not even supposed to be raining right now. I don't know what you're looking at, Max, but... No, it's supposed to get a little gusty, a little windy, up to 16 miles an hour, but I don't see... Let me check on FishBrain. FishBrain, that's another thing that I like about FishBrain is it's got weather predictions and all that stuff built into the app. Oh, ooh, there we go. What was that? What was that? That was something. Are you still there? Come on, fishy. That didn't look like a carp or a bullhead bite. That looked more like a trout bite. We're gonna give it a little, something you guys can try. So if you get a bite and the bite stops, give a little jingle to your line there. Just drag it along the bottom just a little bit, enough to just stir up a commotion. Stir up a little dust, a little... bit of movement there. And oftentimes, that'll be just enough to draw the fish back in. They're like, oh, what was that? Now it's interesting again. Shows most of Montana in green and red rain. Huh. I've never experienced Montana winter yet. Since I got here in March, do you still fish when it gets super cold? A lot of people do. I try to. I have, and it's only been the last few years that when my hands get cold, I get that like pins and needles feeling in them, and it lasts for like, 15 minutes, a half an hour, and it's just absolute torture. As long as I can keep my hands warm, I don't care how cold it is, I'll still fish. But keeping your hands warm when you're fishing can be difficult. Especially if they're getting wet, it's windy. But people do still fish in the winter here. A lot of people ice fish, and they set up little ice fishing huts, and they got heaters and stuff inside. I mean, you're sitting around in an ice fishing hut in, you know, t-shirt and jeans. It's super comfortable. But I have not yet found a great way to keep my hands adequately warm that I don't get that stinking pins and needles feeling. Yeah, Wadsworth is a really popular destination for ice fishing. People go there specifically to fish for walleye. Cold hand ruins everything. Yeah, I don't mind them being cold. Remember how I told you guys that boat that was going down there was gonna struggle getting back? I've been watching them for the past half hour. They're stuck over there. I think they've brought the boat to the bank, and they're walking it up the bank. They ain't coming back. But I need to find. I'm sure there probably are like battery powered like warm heat gloves or something like that. I know they make them little packets that you can crack and shake. Like I used to use them when I was younger for snowboarding. But again, the bulky gloves like that, it makes it hard to fish. But I try and hang in there and fish as long as possible. Winters suck though. It's a long break if you don't get to fish, because we have long winters here. Usually, I mean, it's basically a third of the year. You get about 4 months of solid nasty winter here. The cold I don't mind so much. The worst part about winters here is drive. I hate driving in the snow and the ice. It's sketchy as hell to begin with, but people are scary. I'm not as worried about me crashing as I am about people crashing into me. Oops, shit. Still got something playing with the line here. Yeah, you're in for a world of hurt, though. You're coming from Florida to Montana winters. You're about to get wrecked, my friend. You're gonna see what a real winter feels like. Because out of the whole United States, including, you know, Alaska, Montana winters are some of the harshest in the country. So much of it has to do with the wind. Great Falls, Montana is one of the windiest damn places on the planet, and the wind, it makes everything so much colder than it would otherwise be. You'll survive it though. After one or two of them, you'll learn how to keep warm. And Josie says my feet is what usually gets cold no matter what in the winter. Yeah, invest in a good pair of winter boots, thermal boots. Avoid steel-toed boots. I know a lot of the Army, you know, military-issued boots are steel-toed boots. They are, not only does the steel gets cold and stays cold and turns your feet into fucking ice cubes, but they are the slipperiest goddamn things on the planet. when I was younger, I used to, one of my favorite places to go to get clothes was the Army Navy surplus store, and I had, you know, tons of surplus combat boots and fatigues and stuff like that. And yeah, the boots that they issue y'all for the Army, the Air Force, I don't know who the hell designed them things, but they do not work in ice and snow. You might as well fucking have on ice skates. Those 10th Ave NASCAR are basically, yeah. And 10th Ave, avoid like the fucking plague during the winter. I don't care how good of a driver you are, somebody will wreck into you. You're gonna have fucked up bumper, screwed up fenders. I mean, it's not a matter of if, it's when you're gonna get your car wrecked. People on 10th drive like loonies to begin with, and it just, people forget how to drive when the snow hits. It gets sketchy. You knew it was gonna be bad when the military gave me $2,000 to spend on cold weather gear. Yeah. Well, shit. At least they give you, you know, some spending money for that. Oh, these guys, they're off the side of the bank over here. They're trying to come back up the middle of the. They ain't gonna get past that train bridge. They're not gonna do it. But no, that's cool that they give you a budget to go out and spend on cold weather gear. You'll need it. You'll want it. Get yourself a good pair of winter boots, some thermal boots, a couple of sets of gloves. You want a skinny pair of gloves, a heavier pair of gloves to wear over the top. Whole thing about the cold, layers. You don't need one, you know, super thermal layer. Wear multiple layers. And the thermals that you get from the Army Navy store, they're them weird brown tannish. They're kind of uncomfortable and ugly. But they make the pants and the shirts for it. I still, to this day, I wear those during the winter. But wear multiple layers and just stay dry. You'll be all right. But don't stay out in the cold for too long. When it starts stinging and hurting, get inside. Frostbite can happen incredibly fast. I live inside for most of the winter. The only time I go outside is, for the most part, is driving the girlfriend back and forth into town to go to work. You have muck boots and still freeze, cost $270. Oh, there's Mia. There she is. Sir, are you getting eaten right now? No, Mia, we're sitting on the dock at Broadwater. We got skunked out on the water. We almost had a pike. It got off right as it got to the boat. But I didn't want to end the stream with no fish. We did catch a nice chunky carp right after we put the poles in the water here. One of the biggest male carps I've ever caught. Sucker had to have been 30 inches. Wasn't super heavy, but the males never are. It had to have been 12 pounds. We didn't get a weight and measurement on it. But I'll be headed home in a little while, Mia. The sites I work at are in the middle of nowhere, and the wind is insanity. I can only imagine peak January out here in the country. Oh yeah, you'll notice that when you're driving around, there's just weird random fences out in fields, like 8-foot tall fences that are not at the border of a property, but in the middle of the property, you know, 150 yards off the road. And they're snow fences, they're drift fences. They put them in specific places to try and prevent the snow from drifting over the roads, the freeways, the highways. Because you got to be careful about that. That's one of the craziest. You'll be driving down the freeway, you know, doing 70, 80 miles an hour or whatever, and you'll come upon a 6-foot drift in the middle of the road. And it's like, what the fuck? And it's just the wind. It picks up that snow. It gets whipping and causes those drifts. But especially out in the country like that, where there's nothing really blocking the wind, it whips and it gets cold. I don't know, I'm not trying to scare you, but winters here are gnarly, man. You'll experience it soon enough, though. We're only a few months away from frigidness. I'm hoping we have a mild winter this year. I really am. Oh, somebody was, I don't know if y'all are still in there, but that's my PB pike from right down in here. Excuse the blood and me holding it by the eyeballs. At this point, I had been trying to release it. I tried releasing it for a solid 45 minutes. She wouldn't swim away. So we ended up having to keep her. That's 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. Heard this winter was mild. The previous winter? Or the upcoming winter? They give us trucks to drive out here, so luckily it's not my personal vehicle. Yeah, I see the odd trucks that they give y'all. Ford F-250s, them white ones. I see them running up and down the freeway all the time. Those missile silos are out in the middle of goddamn nowhere, though. Which that's rough because they don't plow a lot of those roads. The previous, yeah, our last winter wasn't as harsh as they typically are. I don't know that I'd go so far as to call it mild. There's no such thing as a mild winter here in Montana. Is that a fish or a damn bat? Yeah, I'm sad I didn't hold this fish upright and out in front of me. This picture does not do it justice. This thing was an absolute behemoth. There she is laying down on the tape measure. But it was beat up. Something bigger was trying to eat it. It was missing half of its tail fin. Had a big old bite mark on it. The sunsets out here are nice. That's it. That's all you've liked or found to like about Montana so far? Just the sunsets? How'd that pike taste though? It wasn't very good. I would never purposefully keep a pike that big. When they get big like that, normally pike, a 2 to 3 pound pike is a fairly firm meat. It's nice. It doesn't have a whole lot of squish to it. When they get this big, they're mushy. They're super fishy tasting. They're not good to eat. But again, it wouldn't swim away, and I'm not gonna just let it float away. We took it home. We ate it. No, it tasted like trash. They're no good when they're that big. I don't care how you cook them. Yeah. Is that a bite or a bat? I fucking hate night fishing here. Bats. Pretty sure it was a bat. But I could scroll for days all of the pike that I catch here. Pike, 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 pike. This one was a nice one. That was a few weeks ago we caught that one at Fishkin. Chunky, nice pike. So many pike. Pike, 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 pike. All the pike, more pike. Lots and lots of pike. That's a pretty picture. There you go. There's a sunset for you. And more pike. That's another pretty sunset. Most of these are from Pishkin Reservoir. That's where I really like to go to pike fish. That one is down behind the Beacon Bar. This one's right underneath Warden Bridge. That's where we're fishing today. This one's Ohm Vaughan Bridge. That's again where I recommend everybody to go to catch their first pike. So many pike. No, just where I work because I can't leave for 8 days. Montana's beautiful, but I can't enjoy it at work. Yeah, those long deployments that you guys get in the missile silos are something else. How many days do you get off though after you're stuck there for an eternity? Ah, it's a carp. That's the 18.5 pounder that I caught, I don't know, a month and a half ago. 8 on, 8 off. She was a chunker. That's a nice carp. So those 8 days you're fishing, right on. I think that's one of my favorite pictures I took of a carp. That one came out of Largent Bend. It's one of the bigger ones that I caught out of Largent Bend. That was 7.5 pounds. Is fish brain worth it if you don't upgrade to pro? I think so. A lot of people don't even use the advanced features on it. I like it. Again, you can to track your catches. I mean, it's nice. Again, I can go through and I can show you every cool fish that I've caught, you know, in the last 3 years since I've started using it. You can see, you know, what kind of fish people are pulling out of water bodies on the free version. You can't see what they're catching them with. You can't see specifically where on the map they're catching them, but you at least get an idea of, you know, you can go and filter and say, I want to catch a white sturgeon, you know, and you can filter it on the map and it'll show you every water body that a white sturgeon has been pulled out of. You can filter, you know, I want to catch rainbow trout during the month of August. And I'm pretty sure those features are still available for the free accounts. What you don't get is access to, again, specific catch data about, you know, weight and length, what baits were used, what time of the day, what the moon cycle was. So a lot of the analytics that most people who fish really don't look at, don't care about. But yeah, I mean, the free it's still nice. It's still handy. But honestly, if you buy the yearly subscription on it, which is what I do, God, I want to say it was like $60 for a year. You're paying like $5 a month for it. I mean, it's granted. I mean, not everybody has $5, you know, a month to blow. But for as much money as I spend on fishing gear, gas, worms, $5 a month on frickin' fish brain is a drop in the bucket. And I use this app all the time. You moved to ChatGPT for that? No, it's a free app to download. There's a free version of it and a paid version. You just get more advanced features with the advanced version. I just have Pro to see every catch location, but I'm starting to find my own spots anyway. I just type into ChatGPT what flies are hitting on the Missouri this week, and it tells me most of the time it works. Yeah, I haven't used ChatGPT for anything like that. I should try it though. Just downloaded it. Wasn't sure if I should upgrade or not. Try it out the free version. If you notice that there's a feature on there that you would find handy, the paid version of it I think is worth it, but not for everybody. There's a lot of people that again, you just want to know what water body to go to. You don't care where specifically they're catching it from. You don't care how much, or you don't need to know what bait they used. You just want to know what water body to go to fish it. It's handy too for, just finding new water bodies. There's all sorts of ponds and reservoirs and things that I found on FishBrain that, I would otherwise not see just looking at Google Maps. Why don't people just use Safari or Google? You can. It's just handy. The main thing that I use it for is just to track all my catches. I like to be able to look back, and again, people can ask me, what was, the biggest fish you caught at this water body, or, whatever. I like to be able to record that and then go back and look at all of it. But I have found the analytics handy on it. I like to, again, I've been using it for almost 3 years, and I've always had people tell me, the moon cycle affects things, etc., etc. And I never really bought into it. I thought it was a bunch of hoopla. But I have actually noticed some pretty interesting trends, in my catches after 3 years of catch data. That it's not bullshit. There is some legitimacy to it. It's also nice to see, people are pulling pike out of this water body, but 90% of the catches are in, September. Nothing in June, nothing in July. It's good to see stuff like that where you can just figure out, maybe this water body isn't the greatest place to fish during these months. I'll find, one where people are posting lots of catches during, the month that I'm trying to fish in. So his profile started going a lot of places that he's been. Yeah, but Brian B is one of the nicest dudes that I've met on that app. He's a world of information. I've run into him on a few occasions. I chat with him all the time on the app. We comment on each other's catches all the time. He's a good dude, and he's super knowledgeable about fishing in the area. He's one of the better fly fishermen in Cascade County, I think. And he's not an expert, and again, he's super down to earth. But he's like I am. He's always willing to share what knowledge he has. He'll help you any way that he can. Rat Dose stuff. Welcome to the stream. We're fishing at Missouri River, central Montana, Great Falls, Montana. Was fishing during the full moon and tornado nearby and caught 29 bass in a little pond in less than 24 hours. So it may have been the same fish. Maybe. Lunar eclipse. Yeah, no, I've noticed the trend that, they call it the waning and waxing moons. It's, the sliver of the moon before the full moon, the sliver after. The sliver of the full moon before, a new moon, the sliver after. Those couple of days prior to those moon cycles, my fishing, my catches have dramatically increased. So I use stuff like that. I try and plan my fishing trips around it, but oftentimes it ends up being irrelevant because wind is what really dictates whether I'm fishing or not, or where I'm fishing. It's interesting to see though. Alright, what are we, 11:50? I think I'm not gonna call it quits at midnight. We'll probably hang out till 12:30. I'm not gonna stay here all night. It's getting a little bit chilly. I do have work in the morning. I haven't eaten anything all day. So we'll hang out for another 40 minutes or so. 40 minutes or the next fish. Gonna hit the hay. Glad I stayed to see you catch that carp. Heck yeah. Thanks for hanging out. And again, if you're, trying to go out and catch a carp, just let me know. I live right down the street from Largent Bend. I'm 15 minutes from Wadsworth. I'd happily swing down and get you set up with a rig and show you the ropes. It's a pretty basic setup though. Anyways, thanks for coming to hang out, Flash. Mason, current is one thing that ruins fishing. I'm talking river creek current real fast. Yeah, see, the current never really bugs me that much. More so the weeds that it picks up. I hate fishing in water bodies that have tons of floating weeds, especially if I'm, bottom fishing like I am right now. Yeah, anytime, Flash. Have a good one, man. And then there were 4. There's almost nobody left in here. Who's still in here? We got Mason, we got SoCal still in here. He's usually lurking. Yeah, I'm just interested in knowing if Lake XYZ is back on the bite. I don't care about if it was Joe Blow's Cove on a crankbait. Right, and that's one thing that's handy about it is so you can, in fact, I could show you on the app. So you have, when you click on the map icon, right, down here, you have, how the hell do you do it? Let me see here. Give me a second to, let me figure out what I'm doing before I try and show you. Oh, okay, so you go on your profile and you go your map, and you can set, how the hell do you do it? It's been a while since I've done it. You essentially, you set your catch area, you basically increase your bubble to like, I want notifications from any catches that happen within this radius, right? And then any catches within that radius automatically go to your feed. You can filter out junk you don't want. But again, so like if you're trying to figure out, what activity's going on, a specific water body, you just set your catch area to that water body, and then anytime somebody catches something of a species that you've tagged, you get a notification. So you can see, when people are catching stuff, what they're catching. That's handy. You can also plot like, so like looking at this map, every one of those green dots is a water body that I have fished and caught fish in. So again, it's cool to see, where all the fish I've caught. You can set, pointers. What I like though, again, so like, I just like seeing what people are catching. I have always, just on the main feed, you can subscribe to certain species. So like I said, I've subscribed to all northern pike catches. Any northern pike caught anywhere in the world on FishBrain comes to my main feed. Any lake trout caught in the world, I watch all the lake trout catches. Any musky or tiger musky catches. It won't let me set up without the paid subscription. Your catch area? Rude, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Mason, do you ever see any owls or cool snakes? Yeah, we have I don't know how many types of owls, at least 3 or 4 different types of really cool owls here in Montana, and we have 10 plus different species of snakes. I see snakes almost every time I go out. Can you clarify what won't it let you set up without the paid subscription? Your catch area, or? I'm pretty sure that the community feed, the community tab, you can filter. How the hell do you do it? It's been so long since I've set it up. Hold on. So if you go to your profile, hit the gear icon. Okay, so if you go to your profile and hit the gear icon, then you have the feed preferences. I guess that's it, feed preferences. Okay, so you can follow certain water bodies, follow certain anglers, follow certain species. Is that a paid feature? I thought that was part of the free app. In the swamps here, I can see owls most every time in the cypress trees, and you can always hear them. Yeah, we do. There's a bunch of different species of owls here. You don't see them very often, though. But we have, God, hoot owls and barn owls, and I forget what the giant-ass species of owl is. We have one owl species here that is just a monster. They're huge. Rebait on the hooks. Any good baits for that? Ultra music. Good baits for what? Oh, I missed your... I'm hoping to catch sunfish or bluegill tomorrow, but bass or catfish would be great. Sunfish, bluegill will eat anything. Itty bitty chunks of worm, corn. Find a little piece of red, green, blue plastic on the ground, throw it on the hook. The key with sunfish and bluegill to catch them is using itty bitty hooks. Get yourself like a size 4 hook, a size 6 hook. I always bait them with just bits of worm. Throw like, you know, a 1/4 inch, just a tiny little chunk of worm on the hook and throw her out. Bring a ton of worms though, if that's what you're using. If you're using corn, bring a ton of worms. They're bait stealing little bastards. As for bass or catfish, worms work for both of those. Catfish though, I typically use cut bait, which is just a dead bait, a dead fish cut in pieces. Bass, worms will work for. I've caught bass off of corn. SoCal over here catches bass off of bread bowls all the time. Most of the people here that I see bass fishing fish with plastic worms. Just a hook and a worm, either rigged up a wacky style or Texas rig. There's a dozen different ways that you can hook up a rubber worm. Catfish dog, don't do snakes. Well, I like snakes, other than the fact that every time I pick one up, they poop on me, which I'm not a huge fan of, because snake poop is one of the most foul-smelling things on the planet. But I like snakes. I think they're really cool, neat animals. Rebait your hooks. Yeah, I'll pull it in here in a sec. Let me get through these chat messages. Josie J, just got told my name sounds like a tramp name, and unfortunately made it through COVID. I said hi to someone else is all. Ah, geez, people are rude. You're not alone, Rod. They're even mean to you. Some people are just grumpy. Try not to let it bug you. Remind yourself that people are assholes. It's nothing personal. Oh yeah, there you go. Potato works for bluegill too. I literally, bluegill will bite on anything, any little tidbit. But for bluegill, go find a dock. There's almost always a giant school of bluegill on any dock if the water body you're fishing in has a dock. Problem with snakes is that it's $100,000 medical bills. Why would you have $100,000 in medical bills from snakes? Come along and bring it over. Yeah, if you have a dock nearby where you're fishing for the, in fact, that's a good place to fish for the bass too. Stand on the dock and cast horizontally, you know, with the shore. Go 3-5 feet off of the edge of the shore, but just cast, you know, a and reel back. That's good for bass. But for the bluegill, just drop your line right over the edge of the dock and whole schools of bluegill will come out. Bring some bread, some something, crumple it up, chum the water around there. You'll bring in a whole school of bluegill. Bluegill are one of the easiest species of fish to catch that exist. They're just dumb. They're dumb, hungry, and will eat anything and everything. Yeah, SoCal, I did. I just responded to you. My friend got a concussion from fishing on a wet, smooth plastic dock. Yeah, they can get slippery. Most of them, though, have grippy stuff on it. I don't know who makes smooth docks. That sounds like a bad idea. Like the one we're fishing on right now, there's a definite texture to it. We'll pull the line in here. We'll rebait it one more time. If we haven't got, we're gonna end the stream either at the next fish or in 30 minutes. Let's drag her in. My worm is almost certainly gone. I probably still have a bread ball on there if I can pull this in gingerly. I'm surprised we haven't had another carp on. Get off of my line. No worm, no bread ball. Well, good call on rebaiting there. We're fishing with empty hooks, which about the only thing you're gonna catch with an empty hook is a bluegill. Because I have definitely done that before. Oh no, they to me are about the dumbest fish I've ever encountered. They seem to eat anything and everything. They're not too picky. Cool, just making sure it works. Yeah, oh biggie. Sorry, I'm blinding the camera there. Trying to read the chat without blinding y'all. Sunfish love hot dogs. That's another for catfish. You were asking about catfish. Hot dogs are a good choice for catfish. String cheese, catfish will eat. String cheese can be a little tricky to keep on your hook. If you want to use string cheese, open up the package and let it dry out a little bit. It'll kind of harden and get a crust on it, and it stays on your hook a little better. Mexia Supermarket, welcome to the stream. I like string cheese. I do too. I kind of hate sharing it with the fish, but I usually have a stick or two of it kicking around in the back seat of my truck just in case I decide to try it out. Carp will eat string cheese too. Carp will eat hot dogs, though bread balls tend to work way better. Oh, we're just chilling. Sorry, I keep blinding the chat. We've had a good day fishing. We've been out here a long ass time. That's me though. I fish. I fish until I'm just exhausted. Oh God, I need to get some fresh bread to carry. My bread here is getting a little old, a little dry, and it just does not. It don't squish you back around the hook as well as it should. Wait, does it matter how you put on the string cheese? So the string cheese, I'm blinding you here. I don't know how I can show you. So if you put the string cheese on the hook, get it on the shaft, and then I like to bring it back down so it's kind of sitting like this bread ball here. Bring it back down so the hook itself is poking into the end of the string cheese. So you feed it on like you would a rubber, and then bring it back down so the hook is actually embedded in the string cheese. It's soft enough that when a fish bites on it, it'll compress it. But again, if you just feed it on like this without hooking it a second time, oftentimes you'll lose it on the cast. It'll just fling right off. Unless, again, like I said, I like to open up a string cheese. I just leave one in the back seat of my truck. So it bakes in the sun in the hot days, it dries out during the night, and it gets a crust on it. And it stays on the hook a hell of a lot better. I know it's kind of weird and gross to have a string cheese just kind of chilling in the back seat of your car, but when you fish as much as I do, I mean, there's probably weirder and grosser things that are kicking around in the back seat of my car any given day. It'd be too soft. Yeah, don't rig it like a wacky worm. You'll lose it. Feed it onto the hook like you would, you know, a worm. So like feed it all the way on. So you're covering the shaft of the hook, and then slide it down so the bulk of it is sitting on the point of the hook. So basically, think of it like you're rigging it up like a weedless rig. So your hook point is no longer exposed. You can get a pack of hot dogs for less than $2. I've got gar, bowfin, catfish, sunfish. It's a great bait. But the turtles do that's a fair point. Turtles do like certain things, and turtles love hot dogs. They also love bread balls though too. I run into problems with turtles harassing the bread balls quite commonly. All right, this is gonna be our last cast, I think. Oh. Put her in the water, tighten her up. I don't know if you guys can see that anymore. I cast it downstream instead of upstream. You can kind of see it. We'll adjust the camera a little bit here. Mexia Supermarket. What's your PB? PB for what species? It's me. At least we got a chance now. Yeah. Oh, hit at it already. Unless that was a bat. That looked like a bullhead bite. They're just quick little. Come on now. 2 and 10 seconds. Well, the pole's in the pole holder, but now that I'm holding it, you don't want to bite. Be that way. Putting you back in the pole holder. Now watch. The moment I put it back in the pole holder, they start biting again. Unless it snatched the worm in those two bites, which is very possible. Bullheads are little ninjas. They're really good at sneaking away with your bait. No, as I was just saying, maybe you got the bait. Quite likely. Or not pulling it back in though. We got a bread ball on there. This again is why I like fishing with more than one hook. Sea bait actually works. Fancy that, huh? Who knew? There's still some little nibbles there, looks like. Can you guys still hear me? My Bluetooth mic crapped out, and I think you can still hear me. Come on, fishy, fishy. Let's get one more carp. Or something interesting. I mean, I'd settle for a bullhead, but I'd rather have something a little bigger. It's me, or is you still serenading Josie? Is that what's going on right now? Yeah, you're good. Okay, thank you. All right, we have the 9,000th train of the night passing by. Come on, one more fish. Let's do this. Can I take a fishing rod on an airplane out of a case? I don't know. I've never traveled with a fishing rod. If I were you and you were traveling with a fishing rod, I'd get one of them. They make the like collapsible travel rods that telescopes into itself. They're kind of cheesy and janky. But I think if I were traveling, I'd probably do that. That, or if you have like an acoustic guitar case or something like that, I'd throw it in there. Or another thing that would work well is a pool cue case. They do make travel cases for rods, though. They're just similar to a pool rod, pool cue case. Went back to the stream and the dude came back with 3 more accounts. It was worse of staying here where I'd stay. But people get rather stalkerish on apps like this. SoCal says, I can't find the message section. SoCal, go to just the community tab down here in the corner, and then up in the upper right hand corner you have the little like paper airplane icon. That's your messages. So go community tab and then upper right hand corner and find the paper airplane icon. Sounds like you need to do another Google search there, Joseph. I can't believe you don't know what a BBC is. Would you shut up? I'm trying to stream. Dick. I can't believe you don't know what that means already. You must live a sheltered life. All right, we got 9 more minutes, folks. 9 more minutes to catch 1 more fish, and then I'm pulling the plug. We had a fun day fishing, though. Found it, had to verify my email, then it opened a bunch of stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems to me, I remember that it limits you until you verify your account. I forgot about that. It's been so long since I set mine up. Mason says, I want to fish a marina in Cabo, but got to be careful because the cartel. Yeah, I don't... This day and age, I don't think I would be going down to Mexico, Central America, unless there was an absolute need to. There's too much craziness that goes on with the cartel these days. Them kidnapping people, ransoming people, beheading people. Fishing in Cabo does not sound like a necessity, nor does it... Fucking bat, I saw that. Quit it. Knock it off. Why do they attack fishing poles? What is that? Don't Google it. It's gonna traumatize you. Just go to Urban Dictionary and look it up. So you were here last night when Mary Turner and Josie, they didn't know what boofing meant. They both Googled it. Mary immediately came back and was like, I turned safe search on. I'm not using Google for a while. Which I think piqued Josie's interest. Then she came back shortly thereafter and was like, oh God, I did it too. British Broadcasting Channel. There you go. That's obviously what he meant. Oh, whoa, look at that one. God, that is one of the coolest looking tiger muskies I've seen in a while. Look at the coloring on that. Look at how dark it is. That is a neat ass tiger muskie. Normally they're more pale than that. The stripes in it are more yellowy, bronzy than that dark color. That's a neat one. Some of the shit people post on Fishbrain. This dude looks like he threw a cast net and caught a bike off a bridge. Oops. Ultra Music. Fishbrain, you can find me on there, Vox, V-O-X. That ain't a northern pike, that's a pike minnow. That's a big ass pike minnow too. wish you could have seen their faces when they Googled that. Cutter, welcome to the stream. It is 12:26 a.m. We're gonna cut the stream here in a few minutes, or at least I'm gonna start packing up in a few minutes. It's been well over an hour since we've caught anything. It's getting a little chilly. I have been fishing since 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's me, right people, I'm gonna bail. Peace. All right, it's me. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. Drop a subscribe if you haven't. Hit that thumbs up on the way out if you haven't. We'll be live maybe tomorrow night, probably Tuesday though. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, you guys. Appreciate y'all coming and chilling with me while we fish. We did at least catch one nice carp. That was a heck of a carp, honestly. Even if it wasn't an absolute monster, I mean, it was a nice chunky male. Male common carp, I don't think they get much longer than 30 inches. That's about as big as a male gets. Anything you see bigger than that is almost certainly a female. It's like Northern Pike. Any pike you see that's over 40 inches, it's not a male. It's almost certainly a female. Only the females get larger than that. No worries, this stream is ace. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. Come hang out anytime. There's a good group of people that are usually in the live here. And if you don't join mine, SoCal Outdoors is live a lot, and he's got a good stream too. He's got a good group of people that are always in there. Oftentimes I'm in there if I'm not streaming. Give him a follow as well. And Josie, she doesn't stream yet, but she catches some cool shit. She's always catching some monster bass. You can check out her page as well. She's got all sorts of cool catches on her page. Ashley B, welcome to the stream. What are you doing up? Aren't you on the East Coast? We're just about to kill the stream here. We caught one chunky carp fishing from the dock here, but it's 12:29. It's getting chilly. I'm hungry. And the fish, they're not biting anymore. How's your night going, though? Oh, anytime, Josie. Y'all are awesome that come and hang out with me all the time. Oh, look at that. We hit 90 likes finally. And I don't know why more people, why. I swear to God, YouTube hears I'm going to end the stream and then it starts sending people into the room. I don't know how that works. Ashley B says, I just woke up for a second, seen you were live, figured I'd stop in and smash the... Oh, so you're like number 90. Thank you, Ashley. Appreciate you swinging in. We had a good stream today. Didn't catch a whole lot of fish, but we had fun. But thanks for stopping in. Appreciate the thumbs up. And I am subbed to you as well, Ashley. I'm gonna try and hit up your next live. Seems like every time I see you're live, I'm either working or I'm already live. Heck yeah. Too many people just they get so bent out of shape when they're fishing. A lot of the people that I've fished with, they get grumpy. They're like mad that they're not catching fish. It's like, how are you mad? You're fishing. You got a line in the water. We're chilling next to the water. We're bullshitting. Like, what is there to be mad about? I mean, just be more happy when you catch something. Don't be mad when you're not catching something. I don't know. People are silly. All right, we're going to pull the line in here. It's 12:31. we are officially done fishing. Unless something happens to grab the line while we bring it in, which does happen from time to time. That's always fun. Like, all right, fuck it, I'm done, and then something's like, all right, well, maybe I'm not done. But now it's about that time. I still got to get the boat unpacked once we get home. We'll probably keep the live going, though. I'll chat with you guys on the way home. It's a 15-minute drive home-ish. Yeah, the worm's still there. Bread ball's gone. It's interesting. Something was picking away at the bread ball. The worm is untouched. Huh. What the heck was picking at the bread ball? I guess it could have been hurt. They do the ballot things. They pick them up sometimes and spit them out. Normally they just glomp on and then they run. The pole bends in half and then it's fish on. All right. Bear with, oh, our camera's falling. Told ya, those guys. So the people that I was saying with that short boat, the little John boat that went past the train bridge that I said is a one-way journey. They just walked here from somewhere. They just came in the parking lot and got their boat and boat trailer and they're driving away. Oh, I don't know why people don't listen to me. I'm trying to help you. I'm not telling you things to be a know-it-all. I'm trying to help you. Told you not to go down that way. You went down that way. Now you're walking. And I don't know how the hell they're gonna get that boat onto the trailer. It's a freaking a flat. It's not even a boat trailer. It's like an old utility trailer. Let's get out of here. All right, I'm gonna have to take a couple of trips here. I'm gonna bring my pole and a couple of things up to the truck, and I will come back for you all on the camera there. Yeah, I have no idea where the hell they're gonna. What did I hit? What the hell did I hit? Weird. Alrighty. But yeah, I have no idea where they're gonna pull that boat out. They're gonna have a long night. Let's leave it at that. People should. I did. I warned them last night when they came down here, because I overheard them talking like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go down past the train bridge, and go over there. I think there's big carp over there." I just mentioned to them, I'm like, "Hey, if you guys are planning on going past the train bridge, I would really recommend against it. It's super shallow there, and because it's super shallow, the current picks up really, really fast going over those shallow rocks. And you guys are almost certainly not going to be able to get back over it." Like, oh yeah, thanks for the tip. And I saw them tonight as we were pulling the boat in. And they were headed in the exact direction that I told them not to. And I said on stream, there they go. That's going to be a one-way trip. They're going to have a fun night trying to figure out how the hell to get their boat out of the water, because there is not a boat launch down that way for about a good 4 miles, which they probably don't even, nobody uses that boat launch down there. Hold on, I forgot to put my fish finder away. Checking that out now. Yeah, I saw them for the past 2 hours. They've been going back and forth at the train bridge, I think, trying to find a spot that they can get back past it. And it's a no-go. It's 6 inches of water over rough rocks, and it's full of weeds, and you're not going to suck enough water to propel yourself past that. All you're going to manage to do is overheat your boat. Don't ask me how I know that. Don't ask. All right. You know, post some of your fish on FishBrain. You should. I don't post everything on there, but I do anything nice that I catch, that, you know, I rather than having to dig through, you know, years worth of photos on my phone that I take so many of anyway. It's nice being able to. Oh, shut up. Hold on. Yep, here we go. We're gonna get a copyright strike. There we go. Not really though. You can filter that stuff out. Oh, here we go. I don't need to blind you guys anymore. Give me a second here. Where's the button? Man, I'm digging these Whisker Seeker headlamps though. That was on low. I didn't even charge it. It came out of the package charged. Got rechargeable batteries in it. But yeah, I like to be able to be like, all right, well, I want to look at my carp. You know, I can filter it by carp. I want to look at all the fish that I've caught at this water, but I can look at all the fish. And I like to, one of the fun things about it is every water body you catch at has basically like a leaderboard. So again, it's not like, I don't have the state record pike, but I have the biggest pike caught on FishBrain in like 4 different water bodies in the state of Montana. I mean, give you a little bit of bragging rights. It's cool to see what you're catching compared to other people that are fishing those same water bodies. Go look at Pishkin Reservoir, Montana. I've got like 100 pike catches there compared to, you know, the 10 that everybody else on the app has posted. Missouri River. I have the biggest pike ever caught in the Missouri River on Fishbrain. You know, I mean, Missouri River runs from, how many, like 2,400 miles? I mean, again, it's not a world record, it's not a state record, but it's a water body record. Oh, there. Do the post go to the public facing or stay private? You can, well, you mean, can other people see that you posted a fish caught at, you know, water body XYZ? If that's what you're asking, yeah, anytime you post a fish, people can see it. You can mark private where on the lake you caught it. So when you're catching it, it'll ask you, post exact location, post just water body, or hide water body location. So you can post a fish and you don't have to say what water body you caught it in. You can post a fish and you can say what water body you caught it in, but you don't have to, you know, allow it to actually place a dot on the map showing where on the water body you caught it. You can, when you make a post, it asks if you want to post it to the feed or just to your profile. So you can exclude any posts that you're making from posting to the public feed, but if somebody goes to your profile and looks, they'll be able to see those catches. So it's not, you don't have like a private, you're not just posting them for yourself, I guess. Do the post go to the public facing or stay private? Yeah, it goes public, but again, you can choose what details you're sharing about it. If you just want to post a fish, but you don't want to say what water bodies it's in, you can select when you're posting it to hide the location. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. After you know, a couple of days of messing around with it, you'll get the gist of everything on it. It's handy though. I like it. Some people bash on it. They hate it. Most of those people, they just don't like that you have to pay, you know, the $5 or $6 a month or whatever it is to access the advanced features. Basically, people still living in their mom's basement that don't have a job. I've got like 10 pounds of bug guts on my windshield. Ah, shit, I gotta pull over. I forgot to put my safety hook on the boat. Uno momento, por favor. You just don't want to post a fish from my pond and have 600 people there. Yeah, so again, you can post the fish, but you don't have to, you can select to hide the water body, essentially. Glad you caught a nice carp. Yeah, that was a good end of the day. I was sad I didn't get that pike in the boat for you guys to see, so it was nice to be able to catch a good fish to share with you guys. And that was, I mean, again, it ain't breaking no records, but I've caught, I don't know, 60, 70 carp at least in the last 2 years. And that, I'm pretty sure, was the longest carp that I've caught in 2 years. You don't see a 30+ inch carp very often. So always cool to be able to share stuff like that with people. And as I've mentioned before, that's how the Missouri River is for me. You know, I know there's big fish in there. That's why I continue to fish it. But more often than not, I leave with, you know, 0 catches. Them big fish, they're not easy to entice to bite sometimes. And I missed it over a bullshit phone call that could have been a text instead. I'll clip it out for you tomorrow. It's gonna take a long time for this video to process. We're sitting at, oh god, what even is that? 444 minutes right now. 36. It's a pretty long stream. It's going to take a while to process. I'll clip it out though. I'll post it as a short. That was a nice fish. I wish I would have had my damn scale and measuring stick ready. Any of those, if I catch just a mediocre fish, I may throw it on, you know, the measuring stick just to see a rough length on it. I don't usually bother with weight. But something like that, I wish I could have seen what the actual length was. I can almost guarantee you that was at least 30 inches, maybe more. We'll clip it out though for you so you can see it. It's okay. That was a pretty cool fish. Nice big male. Missed the one yesterday, yeah. Nice. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and get a freaking Starlink. I want to take you guys to Pishkin. Pishkin is so fun. I catch just pike after pike after pike there. Most of them aren't monsters. They're not spectacular to look at, but the sheer volume that I pull out of there it impresses me. I mean, there's nowhere else that I know of that I can go and consistently catch 10+ pike in a fishing session. And, you know, I've had sessions where I've pulled, you know, 20 out, fishing with 2 poles. And I am absolutely convinced that there are some truly good-sized lunkers in that water body. For the number of pike that are in there and the amount of food that's available, I can't believe that there's not some 50 inchers floating around in there somewhere. That's why I continue to fish it. I know one of these days I'm gonna pull a behemoth out of there. It might take me a few years, but I'm gonna pull a giant out of there one of these days. I do want to start fishing some other water bodies, though, that have pike in it. It's just, unfortunately, a lot of them are a much further drive for me. And while I don't mind driving to fish, you know, driving somewhere 3 hours, 4 hours to fish, it takes so much of the fishing day away, unless you're camping. And even then, I mean, those 4 hours driving there, 4 hours driving back, that's 8 hours that I could be fishing. That's how I feel about my life. I know there's a lake monster in there. Yeah. Well, that's like so another one that's fairly close to me is Holter Lake, which I go to. Usually I go to Rainbow. There's browns in there. There's really big kokanee salmon in there. But 2 or 3 state records have come out of that water body in the last 5 years. The biggest walleye, the biggest, oh God, what was it? I was just reading about it the other day. I can't remember. And 2 or 3 water bodies have come out of there. State records come out of there. And it's only, you know, a 90-minute drive. The problem with Holter is, though, is it's in a location that it's just really, really windy. Most days, you know, I couldn't put my boat in. I could go there and fish, you know, on a windy day from the shore, but I can't put my little boat in the water when there's 20, 25 mile an hour gusts. It's just, it's scary. I don't want to drown. But the lake that you fish at, how far is it away from where you usually are? Or from where you live, I mean. How far are you having to travel? Minutes? Oh, jeez. That's nothing. Man, I wish it. The only place that I have 20 minutes away that I can put my boat in is right where we just pulled out of, the Missouri River. Like, the closest lake / reservoir is an hour plus away from me. And most of them are, you know, 2 hours. Which isn't bad. Again, I don't mind an hour, you know, a 90-minute drive. That's not bad. But 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, it's so far to drive. Satros, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, we're done fishing for the day. I'm just headed back home. We're just chatting for a little bit while I drive back. Appreciate that. Hi from Istanbul, Turkey. Oh, geez, you're on the other side of the planet. Well, greetings. We're in central Montana in the United States. Closest lake to me, but the furthest lake from the city. Okay. Well, I mean, that would make sense why there's not a lot of fishing pressure there, then. You love Montana. It's a beautiful state. It really is. Lots of great fishing here. Lots of fun. I mean, beautiful, beautiful places to hike, to camp, to, you know, travel and sightsee. I recommend anyone who, you know, wants to do some hiking, some camping, and really see, you know, the wild of the United States. Montana, they call it the last best place for a reason. It's one of the last, you know, really untouched wildernesses left in the United States. One day. Well, if you ever get the chance, definitely jump at it. It's worth the journey. I've met a lot of people that don't live here, but, you know, the moment I mention Montana, they're like, oh my God, I went to Montana once, I want to go back so bad. Like, it's one of those places that if you enjoy the wilderness, you enjoy nature, especially if you like hunting and fishing, there aren't many places in the United States quite like Montana. You're going to the big lake on Tuesday. All right. Yeah, if you're on during the daytime, I'll swing by your live and hang out with you. Because I'll be working Tuesday evening. I may stream. I really need to get a set schedule for at least one day a week. Everybody keeps asking me, when are you going to be live next? When are you going to be live next? And I don't think they, enjoy the answer of I have no idea. Citrus, I hope one day we'll visit Turkey. We have nice places. Yeah, maybe someday. I don't know. I'm nearing retirement. When I do retire, I would love to travel, not just to different places in the United States, but all over the world. So maybe someday I'll come visit Turkey. I don't know a whole lot about Turkey, to be honest. I'll be there early Tuesday. Fish until they kick me out. I forget that you have time limits on when you can fish there. That's so crazy. No night fishing. It's garbage. Well, I'll definitely try and swing by and hang out with you on Tuesday, SoCal. Sunrise to sunset in fresh water. That's how I fish, man. If I can coax myself to get out of bed, I usually try and leave the house by 4 a.m., get on the water by 5:30, and I'm in until, I can't see my hand in front of my face anymore. So a good 12, 14 hours of fishing that's my kind of fishing trip. I don't like going play. I mean, I'll go somewhere and drop a line in the water for an hour or 2 hours, but I always leave wanting more. Satros, I have breakfast here, 9:57 in the morning. Yeah, we're about 1 a.m. here. Josie says, sorry for ranting about the troll. Have a good day. It's alright, Josie. There's no limits on what we can talk about here, really. You're not annoying anyone. You're always good company. Thanks for hanging out. Go get some rest. It's late as hell. We're almost home. I just gotta back the boat. I'm probably gonna leave it out of the shop tonight. I'll worry about getting it in the shop and unpack tomorrow. I just gotta remember to grab the worms and the frickin' leeches out of my truck so I don't bake them. Your name is Lynette. Oh, nice to meet you, Lynette. Most people here call me Rod because my channel name is Want to See My Rod. Some people call me Vox because that's what my name is on Fishbrain. But my name is actually Casey. But nice to meet you, Lynette. What are you having for breakfast over there? I'm starving. I'm probably just gonna go home and cook something easy, some chips and cheese, or I don't know, I might grab just a bag of chips and eat them. It's been a long day. Funny, I always call you Rod because I wasn't sure if you wanted your name dropped. I don't care. I mean, honestly, it's easier if you just call me Rod. That seems like that's what everybody calls me. I think people would get confused if you were calling me by my actual name. I'm not worried about being doxxed. I don't have an interesting enough life for people to care about me. And the only thing I try and keep out of my lives is I would never, name drop the company I work for, or, information about other people. But I've never been shy about being who I am on a live. Again, YouTube is definitely not the first place that I've streamed live. I've been streaming live all my life on different platforms. of the Highlands. Yeah, we're kind of, where I'm located, we're at the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, the Cascade Mountains, the Highwood Mountains. I'm basically in kind of a valley surrounded by mountains. It's a pretty area. Once you get up into the mountains, though, it gets much more beautiful. You gotta keep stuff out because of your wife's job. That makes sense. I mean, it's honestly wise to not really, you know, give too much information about yourself online. There's so many weirdos, people who are just trolls and like to cause drama. Nature, forest, yeah, the outdoors. I've always been a huge fan of the outdoors. I love fishing, I love camping. I used to really like to hike. I don't hike as much anymore. I'm not the spring chicken I used to be. I still try to get out and be in nature as much as possible. I find it so peaceful, relaxing. I've spent too much of my life staring at a computer screen. These last few years, I've really been trying to cut back on how much time I spend inside and staring at my computer. Oh, there's a deer for you. See that, SoCal? There's the whiteys. That's just a little doe. He's just like, what are you doing? There's usually a whole herd of them that come through here. The little white-tailed deer. There's a nice buck that keeps coming through. Are you here, SoCal? You see it? I don't know if it's... Turn on my brights here. That doesn't really help. Oh, I tell you, there's literally a whole... In fact, here's another one crossing the road over here. He's just moseying on across the road. No, there's... you would shit your pants if you saw the bucks that come through here. They're just coming out of velvet. Absolutely spectacular. Oh, there you go. There's the herd. They're over in the neighbor's yard. They're a little timid. They're not super shy though. All right, we're gonna back the boat up here. Tasty little bastards, right? Now they're whiteys too. They're the good eating ones. I don't like mule deer to eat. Whiteys are delicious though. Now, the next time I see the big buck, I'll have to snap some photos or try and get a video of it. He's nice. He's a big old whitey. There's a couple of smaller ones too. But the one still in velvet, oh man, there is nothing more beautiful than there's more deer in your yard than I see in a whole season. That's just a part of the herd. There's probably about 30 of them that they'll pass through. There's, I think, probably about 5 bucks in the herd. One really nice big whitetail, and the rest, I mean, there's 3x3s, 4x4s, a couple of little spikes. But the big one's, he's about a 6x6. And he's really, really symmetrical. Gorgeous, gorgeous whitey. But there's a smaller buck that he's not as scared as most of the other ones that come through. I've been trying to talk to him every time I see him. I've been throwing chunks of bread and stuff at him, trying to get him to to be my friend. God damn it. I'm gonna have to move the truck, I think. I don't think I can get my jack down. Maybe I can. No comment. Is this your home? Yeah. It's it's a work in progress. But yeah, it's pretty ragged looking right now. I put new roof on it. It's got a nice metal roof. I'm in the process of replacing all the windows in it and peeling the siding off and replacing the siding. It's a nice house. It's my tractor. I have a tractor. All right, give me a moment here, guys. I'm gonna detach the boat from the truck here before I go inside, because I think Mia has to work in the morning, and I don't want to have to take it off when I'm half asleep. Yeah, that's the house. I got an attached garage. Again, it's pretty beat up. It was an abandoned house when I bought it a few years ago. I'm in the process of fixing it up. Oh. Then we have, that's my shop where I normally park my boat. There's my tractor accessories that I still have not unwrapped and hooked up. Let's see here, I need to grab the key for the trailer. Can you see me? Yeah. I'm kind of in the dark here. Motion detected in the side yard. I look like a homeless man. At least that's what I'm told. There we go. You're welcome. Nice tractor. I bought it to mow my lawn. I got so tired of trying to mow the lawn with a giant, or a tiny lawnmower. I have about 2 acres of land here. And it was taking me about a week of, mowing every day for hours to mow it with my tiny little mower. So I bought myself a tractor. All right, guys. But we're done with the stream for tonight. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had fun. We're going to go ahead and end the live stream here. I'm going to go inside and clean up and get something to eat. We'll probably be, I might be live tomorrow night, probably Tuesday evening, though. If you guys want to hit the subscribe button and you can come back and join me, and we'll be doing some fishing on Tuesday night. All right. Have a wonderful day, wonderful evening. I will see you guys soon. Have a good one, SoCal.